weekly haul in baseball. They close out August with their second 5-game winning streak in a month. That's something Philly hasn't done in 34 years.
Hello.
The Braves, the St. Louis Mariners, swept by the Dodgers. Taking on the Nationals here. And they keep the streak alive. Oh, how about this Arizona? Their A's gave up 6 runs. They're down 6-0 in the 6th. Bases loaded. There's Andrew McCutcheon. Finds the gap there. JT Realmuto with the bad angle. Time, the ground ball, he's pressing on, can't get it done. McCutcheon.
Hello. Can you hear me now? You should be able to. That's weird because for some reason, like, my microphone was not registering with my streaming software, but it is now. All right. So, like what I was saying when you guys couldn't hear me is that this is weird. This is, like I've been saying, this is the first time since 2010. So it's been 11 years since I haven't been in Las Vegas for opening Thursday night of college football. It's weird. So I've tried my best to recreate my usual Thursday night tradition. I tried to make my usual pregame meal that I'd always eat before I'd go to the Westgate. Fried buffalo wings and cheese fries. I also just finished some ice cream, but I'm going to be eating more, so I'm going to get up in a second to go get some more. But yeah, so what you're looking at right now is my dashboard. If you guys followed me during college basketball season, this is going to look very familiar to you guys. So what this is going to do is when the games start... Okay, so Boise and UCF's in a weather delay. Great. Yeah, so I was actually going to... I tested out this dashboard last night during UAB Jacksonville State, but I figure, with multiple games going on, there's going to be some more, kinks I need to work out, so bear with me. It's a work in progress, but this is going to be great. But I was also going to test it out more during Temple and Rutgers, which got canceled and moved to Saturday. So now we got another weather delay. I'm not going to be able to actually test this thing. So I'm guessing the first games we're going to see are South Florida, NC State, and ECU Appalachian State. So I have a 43-inch monitor, right? So I got my monitor divided up into 4 different sections. So what you're looking at is only 1/4 of it. I got the other 3 one of my sections is the chat, and then 2 of my sections are streams. So I got ESPNU up here, I got ACC Network over here, and then on my TV on to the left, I have ESPN for Boise State and UCF, but that is in a weather delay, which sucks. But anyway, this is going to be fun. So let me change some things. I want you guys to be able to see this, because I think that might be too dark of a blue. Let me add like 100 to each of those. But so yeah, what this is going to do, if you didn't follow me during college basketball season, so these current win projections are based on my models. And while the game is in progress, while it is live, I appreciate it, Matt Stansbury, I really do. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. But anyway, what these live current projections show in this gold column right here, they're actually going to connect to my model I built in R that it's a model that took the last 4 years of play-by-play data and gives real-time win percentage predictions, real-time margin and total predictions, and real-time, so 3 real-time predictions, as well as a real-time final score predictions for these teams. It's not just a simple, here's what the and how you would do it simply for live projections would be, okay, say at halftime, if the pregame score was, 28-21, you would divide those 2 in half and then add that onto their current halftime score, right? That's a simple way to do it. No. This utilized over 300,000 play-by-play rows over the past 4 seasons and uses a logistic regression for the win percentage and the linear regression for margin and total to forecast real-time projections. So it's a lot more complex, and therefore I think it's going to be useful for live betting purposes. A lot more complex than how I did it in basketball. Also, this dashboard tracks, let me see if I can zoom on this a little bit more. Can I make any of these columns smaller? I want to fit it all. But what this dashboard also tracks is the results of my own bets as well as the results of all my models. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to fit that all on one page. I can't even fit... Okay. I wonder what that looks like on your guys' screens. But anyway, let me see if I can keep making these smaller. How small can I make these? But yeah, so this is actually going to track in real time the results of my actual plays as well as how all my models are doing. So that's going to be interesting as well. So if you, like I said, if you watch me in college basketball, this is nothing new. It's pretty much the same layout. Although I did program this from scratch, the layout ended up looking pretty much the same. Yeah. I don't know if I can make any of this any smaller than it already is. Okay, what if I zoom in one more step? I was almost there. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I can make these columns smaller. Whoops. Dang it. Why did that happen? Like I said, this is opening night. This is the first night I'm using this dashboard. So there's going to, like I said, I expect there to be kinks to still be worked out. I was hoping to try to work some of them out during the Rutgers and Temple game, but that just wasn't in the cards with that game being moved to Saturday. All right, but this is great. Based on how I. No, that's too small. All right, so if I zoom in, I want you guys to be able to see the whole thing. Okay, there we go. So now I have. But yeah, I like I said, I did a test run with this last night during the UAB game, and I was able to get a lot of what I wanted to get done as far as what I was aiming to do. And yeah, so there we go. I guess that's as good as I'm going to be able to do. So like I said, the win percentage projections and margin total projections update in real time. Real time. Meaning, so what is fed into the model? Well, what's being fed into the model for live win projections and margin projection, total projections is, first of all these pregame projections are fed. They're fed into it, okay? That's just part of the deal. And then expectations. So what I want to do, I don't know if I'll be able to get it tonight, but I was actually planning on doing this, but I just ran out of time. I want to show like what the current expected point scored for the drive is somewhere, right? That's fed into the model, but I don't have anywhere to put it on this. I'm probably going to put it right here. You know what? I might be able to do that. Yeah, that's what this column is right here. So column S. You know what? Once a game starts, I'll be able to add that feature in. All right. So yeah, I see everything on the screen. So Ball State, they play. I think I have them going undefeated in the MAC. A lot of people are concerned about the hot weather for Boise State. I want to bring that up. I remember when we played Stanford my sophomore year, and Coach Patterson was like talking all week about how Stanford's, practicing in the 60s and 70-degree weather up in Northern California, and then they're going to come to Fort Worth in September for a noon game. They're going to melt. But here's the deal. We ended up playing that game in Hurricane Ike. Yeah, Hurricane Ike made it up to Fort Worth, and that was a torrential downpour the entire game. So we still won by 17, but it's still. But yeah, we'll see how Boise State can handle the humidity of Orlando. That's going to be interesting. What's my favorite ice cream? Well, what I just ate was Bluebell's coconut cream pie, which is very good. But I got 2 other flavors of Bluebell in the freezer. I got strawberry cheesecake and milk and cookies. Are the picks on the site for the weekend matchups? Yeah, everything that for week 1 is on the site. I'm going to put that in the chat. I should put a ticker like I had on during basketball season. I'm going to do that real quick, actually. Bear with me. All right, how did I do that? I think you do text and then create new, and then I'm just going to put HTTP. This way everyone knows what the website is. How do I make it a different color? Here's this guy talking about humidity on ESPN right now. All right, how do I make this smaller? And how do I make it a different color? I forgot. Well, I'll just put it in the chat. Whoops. The website is, nice to see you, Eric Catherine. But the website is, whoops. I have this keyboard that can interact with multiple devices. All right. That is the website. What I just put in the chat is the website that you can see all of the week 1 plays. All right, so let me get back into this. So this is a real-time win projection total thing. So I am going to go get some more ice cream. I will be right back. So I got Bluebell's strawberry cheesecake. It's all right. The reason I bought it is because it's a rotational flavor. A lot of Bluebell's flavors are rotational, or like limited time. So you want to get it so you can try it. You know, I like coconut cream pie better, but yep. Yeah, it's a bummer that we're waiting on a stupid weather delay. I mean, come on. Like I was like, do I start at 6 right when the Boise State game starts, or do I start at 6:30? I wrestled with that because I was like, no one cares about Temple and Rutgers. But then when the Temple game got canceled, I was like, you know what? I'll start at 6. All right, already running into errors. I know why. Because the API has a game in progress. Crap. See, I told it was going to be bugged. Yeah, so I didn't factor in delays into my Excel script. So I need to now account for that. This messes up a lot of things. Crap. That's a bummer. tonight, man, I need to like, oh man. Tonight, I know I have Boise State against the spread. I'm pretty sure I have. Oh man, I don't even like. It was all right here, and then that error because of the delay. Status type. I gotta fix this stupid bug because of the delay. But I don't want this ice cream to melt. All right. I know one thing I can do real quick. So this is the API. So down number 7. All right, here's what I'm going to do. And down does not. Let's try that. I don't know. Let's try that. I'm going to get another bug, I can tell you. Okay, now I just need to like trace the bugs now. I told you, this is why I wanted the temple. I was going to work on all this during the temple game. Like, there's only so much I could do last night, especially because Jacksonville State wasn't even a part of my ratings. All right, at least we got a lot of it up. So the problem now is that it's not feeding a current projection. So any team in light blue is a team I bet on personally. So I do have, okay, so here we go. The hearts, I don't know if you guys can see it, but the hearts, and they will be blue eventually. It's just that the bug is keeping that from happening. The hearts represent games I'm on. So I'm on Appalachian State, Boise State spread, and then I have 4 unders. Every game but the Boise State UCF game, I have under. So I have 6 plays tonight. All right, I need to fix this. So what I needed to do is put a, like I said, this is all things I was hoping to work out during the Temple game, and I can't. I got to do this on stream. All right. Man, I did not account for this delay as messing up my system because I didn't have that factored in. Let me finish this ice cream and then I'll work on it. Because I need to see how it looks at halftime. Delayed. All right, here's what I'm going to do. All right, so yeah, I need to fix this. All right, let me. Whoops, I put the wrong one. Clock use isn't the right thing I need to use. It is 14, my bad. All right, this is what was, like I said I knew there's going to be bugs. There's only so much I could do last night during Jacksonville State, and ESPN is screwing us, or UCF athletic department is screwing us with the delay. So, all right, there's going to be more bugs. I need to trace them all. All right. Okay. Or status type equals in and clock 6 less than equals 0. Let's try that. Playing like musical chairs with these playing musical chairs here. Okay. All right, at least I should have the bug fixed on that script, but oh wow, okay. No errors. All right, so at least for now we're fine. Until the next bug comes. But yeah, so here's what we got going on. We got, in 8 minutes, we got NC State and South Florida kicking off on ACC Network, and then we got East Carolina and Appalachian State kicking off on ESPNU. At 7 o'clock, we have Bowling Green and Tennessee, which is going to be a major blowout, by the way. You know what? I'm interested to see how Tennessee fans react to this Bowling Green game, because Bowling Green is the third worst team in the country according to my system, right? And I'm not a big believer in Josh Heupel. I didn't think that was a good hire for Tennessee. So I'm interested to see how Tennessee fans are going to react to beating Bowling Green very badly, which is probably going to happen. Are they going to overreact? Are they going to be like, oh, we look every bit the part of a playoff contender in this game? Or are they going to realize, hey, it's Bowling Green, and understand that just because you beat Bowling Green doesn't mean you are any good, right? Weather delay in football, it's because of lightning. I remember back in 2013, TCU was playing Texas, and the game was supposed to start at like 7, and it didn't start till like 1 in the morning because of lightning. All right, like I said, no bugs for now, but you can see the ones I'm on are like in a blue color, a light blue color over here. All right, so the way I calculate real-time money line is different than over here. So because I can actually calculate a win percentage, then the money line calculations are over here, as you can see, is derived based on, so if you win $1.65, if Boise State wins, you multiply that times their 38.7% win percent chance, and then the opposite towards their 61.3% lose percent chance to get this figure 0.03. So it's not like a true binary like the ATS and totals are. You're probably wondering why I don't have like real-time percent chance of covering and percent chance of total. I figured I could add that, but I'd have to do dynamic real-time model fitting. And I just don't know if that would be a lot of computer resources, guys. All right, I'm going to get a little bit more ice cream, and this time I'm going to get Bluebell's milk and cookies.
September 2nd, we will see Malik Willis right now, number 3 when it comes to all the quarterbacks rated heading into the 2022 draft. That, of course, could change in the next few months. Mel, you're the best. Good to see you.
Still ahead, Kevin, action-packed night of college football. This is a Thursday night betting guide for the advice that you need to know. Plus, 1 week away from Cowboys versus Bucs on opening night. We're going to set the key factors for Dak versus Brady and Thursday night's Week 1 showdown.
Introducing Vizzy Lemonade, the only lemonade hard seltzer with antioxidant vitamin C. It just hits different. All new Vizzy Lemonade. Step up your seltzer.
All right, I also got some more junk food. I got some of these Ultimate Peanut Butter Lovers Reese's and peanut butter Oreos. I don't know how many of them I'll eat, though. All right, looks like NC State's running out of the tunnel. Friday, no. Saturday, yes. I'm going to try to go Saturday for the morning kicks. So 11 a.m. Central Time, 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 Pacific. No, not enough games going on tomorrow night. There's usually more games going on the Friday, opening Friday. There's only 4 tomorrow. North Carolina and Virginia Tech is the marquee game tomorrow. But yeah, I'm interested to see how Tennessee fans react after this game. I'm gonna be like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna overreact? Are they gonna, if Tennessee beats Bowling Green like my projected score 45-10, which is what I have it projected as, are Tennessee fans gonna be like, oh man, we're back, we're gonna contend for the SEC? Or will they be realistic and realize it's Bowling Green, who's not very good? Man, why are they still doing remote broadcasters? Like, I have the East Carolina Appalachian State game up there, and you have these guys look like they're broadcasting from their home office. Why are they still doing that? I thought that was just a thing last year. All right. All right, I'm waiting for more errors. Those of you watching tonight are like the beta test audience, because I guarantee you we're not done with the errors. So every time I update this sheet, it sends data to R, and then R takes that data and calculates the win percentages and stuff. And the win percentage and all that should change after every play. Like, because it uses down, distance, yard line, time remaining as part of the model formula to calculate current win percentage, margin, total, and all that. I stayed up late this week. Yep. I stayed up late this week. All right, one of the games just kicked off. So we should have my spreadsheet in action up here. Both of these games have started. Makes you wonder how long this weather delay is going to be for. All right. All right. Let's see if we got any errors. Oh, we do. Told you guys. What was the offender? East Carolina. So, yeah, if there's no down and distance, then it screws it up. So, yeah, I need to keep that in mind. So, East Carolina. Okay, there we go.
difference in that when we opened the season against the Buccaneers. Our Buccaneers defense, by the way, we kind of destroyed a Chiefs banged up offensive line. The difference being is the Cowboys have some tight ends they can play to help out with Dak, and certainly in case the right tackle Lyle Collins is not ready to go.
Yeah, he brings up
All right, can you guys see kind of what I'm going for here?
Johnson, which is, of course, things sort of lost in the injury of Dak, or at least sort of buried in the storyline when the Cowboys become decimated by injuries. That offensive line
Work in progress.
season. With that in mind, they're going to be facing this Bucs defense that, let's be real, won them a Super Bowl. Like, what's the biggest challenge there for them, Pete?
I think one thing that they got to do in order to protect Dak Prescott is try and use Ezekiel Elliott as much as possible to utilize him in a way that
All right, we have errors and R as well.
you saw, much like Mark mentioned, what they did to the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They got after an injured Patrick Mahomes, and you bet to believe that they're going to try to do the same thing to Dak Prescott, but you slow that rush down with running the football.
Top 5 rushing defense as well were the Bucs, so we'll see if they've got an answer for them there. Speaking of the Bucs, we heard from Bruce Arians. We all know they are bringing back every single one of their starters. He says they're ready for opener week 1. Here's what he had to say for that.
Really good to get started with 20 bucks.
Like I said, you guys are my beta test audience for tonight.
Really good start to the week. Like where we're at,
The data itself looks fine.
the intensity of the practice, the communication, it's getting weak. And we do have the 2 extra days, but rather than going against ourselves, we've had enough going against ourselves. You know, we just went ahead and started on Dallas, and the coach have had the plan for a long time, so we've got plenty of time to digest it and see what we like, what we don't like.
You would assume, Key, that returning every single starter from a Super Bowl team means that you're going to be the favorite to win it again. What's the biggest obstacle standing in the way of a Bucs repeat?
You're absolutely right. You bring all 22 guys back, you would automatically think, okay, they're going to run it back. But in order for them to repeat, they got to check the egos at the door.
What is going on?
They got to stay healthy. Health is an important part of everything. You look at the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that we talked about a minute ago. That offensive line was horrible. It was decimated. That made Patrick Mahomes less than Patrick Mahomes. If that happens to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and people start falling like flies, they won't repeat. But I believe if they stay healthy, they'll be back in the NFC Championship game, and then we'll go from there.
History
Woo! I told you guys there's going to be some errors.
This team stayed exactly the same, right? So it's very interesting to see what that's going to look like down the stretch. By the way, they have the second best odds. Does Tampa to win it
All right.
behind only the aforementioned Kansas City Chiefs. Key, Mort, thank you for joining us.
Okay, we finally got a real-time feed. But for some reason, the South Florida game is not coming in. What does the API say? That's not my fault. That's ESPN's API's fault. Yep. Blame ESPN for not having the that.
I got Ohio State will lay the points, but that inexperienced quarterback in Stroud on the road in his first start at night is a huge.
So since Appalachian State didn't get that first down there, the win percentage dropped from 90% to 89.8%, and the live current score projection dropped from 33.5 to 33.3. Like, I'm seeing a lot of this in real time just for the first time, just like you guys are. How do I know all this about Excel? 10 years of experience. It's all about experience, guys. I'm wondering why. Yeah, that's so weird. At least it's weird that the NC State game hasn't been updated on the API yet. All right, so now that Appalachian State's facing a fourth down, how does their win percentage be affected? Well, let's find out. They dropped from 33.3 to 32.3, and the win percentage dropped from 89.8% to 88.4%. NC State just scored a touchdown, by the way. I had the under in that game. South Florida's terrible, guys. I'm surprised NC State was only an 18.5-point favorite. I mean, my model had it at 15, but... yeah. Eagles 0-1, I apologize. Yeah, I actually have the live chat up here. Is Ohio State minus 13.5 a good bet? Well, my models are split. 4 of the 7 methods have Ohio State covering, and 3 of the 7 have Minnesota covering. So I would say it's a better play. Oh, but I have it at 14.5. At 13.5, I probably say yes, it would be a good bet. You're on the right side of 14. Yes, I agree. Yes, Eagles. I'm going to go to ESPN.com and see if it's updated on their site, the South Florida game. Because like I said, I have bugs to work out. Nope, they're not updated here either. So I pulled straight from ESPN.com. So, okay, now it's updating. Just give me an error message, please. It'll come through in a second. All right, yeah. So yeah, I'll pull for that with you, Eagles, because I don't have anything on either side. So just because you're on it, I'll pull for it with you. All right, I'm gonna go get my water bottle real quick. Here's my new phone, by the way. I got one of those Samsung Flips. Do I have extra Excel sheet tabs within your dashboard for each game? No. Yeah, kind of. So this tab is kind of like the main, but then I have, this is the data that I feed to R. This is the data that shows what games I actually bet on. This is every game and all the stats. And then this is the API. And then this is the data that R returns back to Excel. All right, there's the error I was looking for. All right. All right, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this when this happens. I don't know if that'll work. Okay, there we go. That's what tonight is a. Yeah. He has a short leash. Let's put it that way. Let's not bet size shame, guys. Yeah. So, like I said, you guys are my beta test audience tonight. I will be doing error fixing and bug fixing throughout the night. So I now have the live win projection or spread projection at 20.6 for the South Florida NC State game. 20.6. Ooh, a Tempur-Pedic commercial. I just got a Tempur-Pedic mattress last week. It's amazing. It really is. Man, that was a sorry 3rd and 9 pass play for South Florida. That was sad. All right. East Carolina's margin has moved from 17.7 to 13.8. All because they're at the moving the ball upfield. What I want to do, I guess I can do this right now, is I want to add the PPA. The thing is just, where do I add it? Where can I add the PPA? I'm going to add it on column 13. You guys are my beta testers tonight. You know what? I'll put that in another time. East Carolina, I think, is about to go to the end zone. Yep. That was just bad angles and bad tackling on Appalachian State's part. Yep, I don't know what they're looking for there, but yeah. That wasn't as so much of a good play for East Carolina as it was that Appalachian State's defense got caught flat-footed. I mean, it was just a simple swing pass. Yeah, just bad tackling, bad angles. Yeah, the like button actually does show it to more people, so I do appreciate those of you who do it. What's my sleep number? I don't know. I didn't get a sleep number mattress. A week of service from Stu Feiner. How'd you get it? That's hilarious. So East Carolina's win percentage before the touchdown was 10.3%. Let's see what it moves to once the API updates with their score. All right, here it comes. It moved to 12.3%. So that touchdown really didn't do much for their win percentage. It did move their expected loss margin from 17.7 to 12.6. Is anyone watching this numbers crunch segment on ESPN right now? The thing is, people use this information to bet with. Good question, Zodwick. Oh, they missed the extra point? Uh-oh, like I said, that's not the last we're going to see of errors tonight. Ugh. All right. All right, yeah, like I said, it's going to be a bug fixing night. They're still at 12.3% even with the missed extra point. It moved from 12.5 to 12.6, so it didn't really make much of a difference. Corey Johnson, I was talking about Tennessee about 10 minutes ago, so maybe you can answer this for me, Corey Johnson. So Tennessee plays one of the worst teams in the country tonight. They're going to start in about 10 minutes. Bowling Green is the third worst team in the country according to my model. So, Corey Johnson, if Tennessee wins in a blowout like I expect them to, are Tennessee fans going to be reasonable and realize that, hey, let's pump the brakes, it's Bowling Green, let's not overreact? Or are they going to be like, oh my God, we look like playoff contenders, we're going to win the SEC? Like, what do you think is going to happen, Corey Johnson? I mean, I think it's a legit question. Like, will Tennessee fans overreact or be humble if they blow out Bowling Green like expected? I don't know. You tell me. Great question, right? Show me more bugs. So after NC State punted, their win margin went from 20.6 to 17.8. Joe Milton III. Oh man, Bowling Green's bad enough to where whatever quarterback you trot out tonight's going to put up some numbers. Like I have it at 45 to 10, but I think it might be worse than that. We will see what happens. Man, I still have people wanting to interview me. I started my new job almost a month ago. Oh, yeah. There is some empty space up there, isn't there? You know what I could put is I could like make this area like an updater, you know, like if a team scores. Because when there's a lot of games going on Saturday, you're going to want like something right here that says, hey, for example, East Carolina just scored. It's just an idea. All right, so East Carolina's margin is now at 11.6. Okay. 2nd and 7. We got Appalachian State starting to move the ball. They're first down in East Carolina territory now, so that should help out their live win projection. The ticker, yeah, I need to put that. I tried to do it earlier, but I just didn't want to mess with it.
93 came in first place. That was, of course, until last night, as we just heard, when the Dodgers regained the lead back where they were in April.
So that first down brought the margin from 11.3 to 11.9. Well, is UNLV that bad? That's the thing. Like, they make bad hires. UNLV makes bad coaching hires. Let's just admit it. I liked the Bobby Houck hire. But ever since then, they've made bad hires, and Marcus Arroyo is not a good hire. But honestly, I'm not surprised that UNLV is an underdog to Eastern Washington. I'm not. UNLV is just a mess. They're a mess. They're a mess like South Florida is a mess. Appalachian State just got in the end zone. That was a nice play. Yeah, East Carolina's defense is their problem. Their offense is pretty good. Their offense is pretty good. Let's look. That's what I have this for. So East Carolina's defense, 86. So it's actually better than their offense. But yeah, they're prone to give up some big plays. And then Appalachian State, their offense is decent, but their defense is better. No, I don't sell any of these spreadsheets, sadly. So Appalachian State, the margin went from 11 or 10.5 to 15. 10.5 to 15. South Florida's a mess, guys. All right, now that extra point brought it to 15.7. East Carolina's win percentage chance dropped from 15% to 8%. Is there another delay? I mean, the reason I don't sell them, I would give them away before I would sell them, but the reason I don't give them away is just because I don't know if you guys would know how to use it. Like, they're written for an audience of one, me, so if like something goes wrong or if you run into bugs like I've been running into tonight, like you guys wouldn't know what to do. But yeah, I would give them away before I sold them. Hang on, my plays is not being calculated properly. I should be 3-1, but it says 0-4. I told you guys that Jacksonville State UAB game wasn't really enough to get me to get all these bugs fixed. But you guys are I keep saying this, but I'm going to keep saying it for the new people joining. You guys are my beta test audience. You guys are here to watch me work out all the kinks, so this runs smoothly on Saturdays. There's a reason I did a stream tonight. That's a dry run for Saturdays. All right. So, why is my plays being calculated wrong? It says 0-4, but it should be 3-1. The Utah game is delayed too. Who are they playing? Weber State? Am I right? Weber State? Utah always opens the season on a Thursday against a team like Weber State or Southern Utah, Idaho State. It's their thing. I remember my senior year, they opened the season up against Pitt at home and won in overtime. I need to debug.
style. Snap off the gun and instantly remove unwanted hair anywhere. Edge sideburns, beards, and goatees with even more precision than before. Safe to the touch, cordless and rechargeable with a non-slip grip and an LED spotlight.
All right, and I thought NC State just scored again. All right.
Or call 1-800-225-2906.
Man, I know what's going on.
Perfect full body grooming. Micro titanium.
Backstreet Boys? Really? All right, so it's not feeding. I know why it's doing that. Man, I was going to do this. I think I forgot to do something last night. Oh, that should have been an interception for Appalachian State. All right. Yeah, I can do that, Matt Stansberry. I can do that. So I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Thing is, what is road number 63? All right, I think almost there, guys. Like I said, you guys are my beta testing audience. All right, so BK.
Welcome back. College football, sort of. They're in a weather delay right now in Orlando. They don't expect to kick off anytime before 9:30 Eastern, but a ton of games going on. We're going to take you around college football and get into some of those games. Welcome inside our studios. Welcome to the team. Sam Acho, Kevin Connors here with you. We're going to get to all those games in just a bit here. Sam, take us inside the locker rooms down there in Orlando right now. UCF and Boise State. You've read the end.
I think this will fix what I'm trying to do, and then I can answer Matt Stansberry's question.
Difficult for a player to have to wait on a delay like this. I get all excited for the game. I remember when I was playing, I'd be on the bus, I'd have my headphones in, my music playing. If there was ever a delay like this or something, that the energy starts to go out. You get a little bit tired, so you have to get back warm again, start warming up. You have to keep your body loose, but you also have to make sure that your energy is there. Don't waste it all.
I forgot to delete that. Dang it. I got this. All right, after I do this, I can't hit that button.
Week 0's in the books. Week 1 going on right now. One of the teams that was a real Cinderella last year, Coastal Carolina taking on the Citadel. Grayson McCall back at quarterback. He's been dynamite so far. This team's not going to sneak up on anyone this year. No, by no means. We've got triple option spread offense that you see from Coastal Carolina. Yes, Grayson McCall at quarterback. But
You missed a touchdown by Appalachian State, and then you missed a field goal by NC State. All right. Can't hit that button. Got to delete something real quick. So go all the way to BJ. And then BN. There. All right. That should do it.
East Carolina taking on App State. 6-0 App State lead. That's Chase Bryce.
Whoops.
Yes, Chase Bryce is phenomenal, as we all know. But this run was even better. It was a short pass, but it goes down as a long touchdown. Bryce, the former Clemson quarterback, former Duke quarterback. Watching Holton Ahlers throw that one in. And then here's Bryce. Look at the throw here into the end zone. Yeah, once again, phenomenal throw, phenomenal catch. But it's football.
There we go. All right. So where was I? Answering Matt Stansberry's question. The pregame projections are pretty much a synthesis, at least in these columns, are a synthesis of all the models. But the current projection uses a different model that is only a least squares regression, whether it be logistic or linear. So it's going to be a little bit different than the pregame projections. But that's the price you have to pay. All right, the Ohio State game should be starting. So which TV should I put on? I only have I have 4 screens. There's one game I'm going to have to say it's so long, too bad for. I'm going to put 9:30 Eastern for the Boise State game. All right, well then that's gonna have to wait. I'm gonna put the Ohio State game on this TV. So TCU opened the season at Minnesota back in 2015, and they had a pretty good opening night crowd for that. We were ranked number 2 preseason in 2015. This is using play-by-play level data. These live projections are play-by-play level data, but it also plugs in stats, drive efficiency, and PPA, and field position as well. It's kind of complex, but I wish I could explain it better. How do I explain this? So I took all the play-by-play data from 2017 to 2020, and I ran a regression based on current score. So the current score, the current margin, the team that had the ball, home and away, of course, down, distance, yards to goal, time remaining. I created 27 different models based on time remaining. Because time remaining, if you put it in the model, had a p-value of 1. So I had to create a different model for each time remaining interval. So I did it every 3.5 minutes, every 3 minutes, 45 seconds for the first 3 quarters. And then for the fourth quarter, I do it every minute. And then in the final minute, I did it at the 45, 30 second, 15 second, 5 second, and 3 second intervals. And then I did one for overtime. So there's 27 different models that I fit based on play-by-play data, based on how much time's remaining. Current score, yards to go, distant down, distance. And it returns those projections. Yeah, collegefootballdata.com is my data source, and it's good. It's a good site. Like I said, at first I was pretty skeptical of it. I wasn't a big believer of it, but they've really done a good job. They really have. Oh, it cleared it again. Why? Oh, man. I hate Excel sometimes. I thought I fixed that. Drives me nuts. I edited the code to where it wouldn't delete that. But like I keep saying, you guys are my beta test audience tonight. You guys are here to help me test this out so it runs smoothly on Saturdays. All right, this should not delete right here. All right. So why is it clearing out? How is it clearing out? Oh, I know why it cleared out. Dang it. All right, now it won't clear. There we go. All right. I can stop worrying about that. Okay. All right, so for some reason, the Ohio State win probability isn't up yet. Okay, now it is. So these, like I said, so Minnesota's win percentage chance actually dipped. But like I said, this uses a different model than this. So they're not always going to sync up. All right. Live total projection for Appalachian State, East Carolina is 54.7. Live total projection for NC State, South Florida, which I thought was way too high. 59.5 was way too high, guys. But the live total projection there is 53.8. There is no reason why South Florida NC State total should have been above 55. None. Has anyone seen South Florida's offense? Has anyone seen South Florida's offense? Let's look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. South Florida. They were putrid on offense last year. Number 111. 111. And they're going up against a defense that's in the top third. Appalachian State touchdown, by the way. I told you guys East Carolina's defense isn't good. But why was the total 59.5? That is way too high. Way too high. All right, I'm going to change the Appalachian State game. All right, I put the Bowling Green game on. I just want to see Tennessee in action. So far, the thing is, Ohio State, if they have a weakness, it's going to be defense. By the way, Tennessee is on the board. I mean, looking at their fans, it looks like their fans don't realize that they're playing Bowling Green. Because if I didn't know any better, looking at the Tennessee crowd right now, they'd think they're playing in the national championship. I don't think they realize they're playing Bowling Green. So first quarter offensive stats in the NC State game, 57 combined yards rushing. Okay, so Tennessee's win percentage actually dropped, which doesn't make sense because pregame is 99.5. It's 97.6 now. I mean, let's just, like I said, different models. Boise State spread for me. Yep. It'll be tough. I think UCF's a better team. I do. You know, when we're talking about Big 12 additions, I keep saying the bloom is off the Boise State rose. They stagnated under Harsin, and I think Boise State fans should be glad that he left. Because I think the program stagnated under him. But they made a bad hire. I just feel like these teams these days just make horrible hires. What are they doing? Make better hires. There's no way the guy Boise State hired is going to get them back on the level that they expect to be. Yeah, I can see your chats, Corey. The last thing I saw you say before your current line was depends on if we fall in love with the QB. So if you said anything between there, then I didn't see it. But I don't moderate anything, so if anything gets deleted, it's done automatically. It's nothing I do. Yeah, it is a big travel. Although they did go to Florida State a couple years ago and win. So they have done it before. But like I said, I'm not a believer in the Boise State hire that they made. Out of the teams playing right now, Boise State and South Florida made horrible coaching hires, and so did Bowling Green, and so did Tennessee. So I would say 4 of the 6 teams in action right now made bad coaching hires over the past couple of years. Are they going to call targeting on... Wow, my Fox is way behind. My Fox is way behind. So the API has it at 9 minutes and 10 seconds. I see it on my Fox at 11 minutes. And it says live. I'm using DirecTV. That's crazy. I wonder why DirecTV has it so far behind. All right. NC State's up 17-0. Like I said, that spread was disrespectful. Like, Minnesota punted. And yet my Fox is way behind. So South Florida, so now the expected margin is about 24.5. 25.5 after the extra point. So Ohio State's margin is now 15. Let's see how bad this Bowling Green offense is. So they run a toss. That went nowhere. I think Bowling Green made a very bad coaching hire. Scott Loeffler, he has not been successful anywhere he's been an offensive coordinator. And yet they hired him as a head coach. Jeez. And I thought, and the coaching hire that Bowling Green made before that was Mike Jinks, which was just a terrible hire. Man, this is just painful to watch. Bowling Green's offense. That's a great question, Corey. I remember during basketball season when I was doing live betting on my streams, it was pretty hard to get the bet down. So I'm sure they have ways to safeguard against it. Because the lines would move so fast, it would be hard to actually get the bet down. That was just a sorry offensive possession for Bowling Green. That was a sorry offensive possession. I didn't bet on them. I don't really care. I had the under in the Bowling Green Tennessee game, so as long as Bowling Green doesn't score, I'm fine. All right. Yeah, exactly. So I think that is a big deal for hockey. Okay, so South Florida, like I predicted, is getting blown out so far. This monitor's great, guys. I could split up my monitor. It's a 43-inch monitor, and I have it split up on 4 different screens. Too bad the keyboard doesn't work. Like, I got this multi-device keyboard, but it's not working. So if Ohio State has a weakness, it's defense. Man, Bowling Green got some penetration, but they didn't finish the job. Man, why isn't this keyboard working? I have Bluetooth on. Looks like Ohio State's going to score a TD. See, I told you guys, their offense is too explosive. Their offense is too explosive. I like PJ Fleck's facial reaction there. Like I said, that was just bad tackling, bad angles. That's all it was. All right. Let's see what the win percentage is at now for the Minnesota game. All right, it went from pregame 81.7 to 89.3. The margin is now 15.8, up from 13.5. Man, Tennessee's quarterback just had like a million minutes to throw. Bowling Green is so bad. He was in bounds. I don't know. I'm watching the Bowling Green game. I don't know why I have that game on. It's going to be a blowout. I just wanted to see Tennessee, you know. I just wanted to see Tennessee. So this game with South Florida right now should be Exhibit A as why they're not an attractive expansion candidate. I'm not a big South Florida guy in terms of expansion. They're like not even a top 5 team in their own state. Like in terms of fan support and ability, they suck. They suck. South Florida punting again. right, Tennessee's up. All right. Where are we at? Yeah, I had the full game under 59.5. There's no reason at all that game should have been at 59.5. None. What's the game I'm looking forward to most on Saturday? Well, you have your obvious games like Georgia and Clemson, but I'm not going to give an obvious answer here. I'm really interested in seeing the directional schools or the directional Michigan schools against U of M teams. So you have Western Michigan playing University of Michigan, and then you have Central Michigan playing University of Missouri. But I think both Western Michigan and Central Michigan are capable of putting up a fight in those games. No, I know what you mean by juggernaut parlay, but I don't think the EV calculations works out that way. No, I don't do that. I really don't do parlays outside of the very rare money line parlay when I want to get in on a big favorite but don't want to lay the juice. That's the only time. Has that Boise State game started yet? I'm laughing. Nice interception by South Florida. That was a nice interception. But no, I'm just looking I'm on a college football website and I'm looking at a troll. He's being funny. It's obviously a troll post, but it says Tennessee looks every bit the part of an SEC East title contender so far. That was the name of the thread. It's definitely a troll post because they're playing Bowling Green. That was just an underthrown ball by NC State. All right. No, I appreciate quality trolling. Appreciate it, Dick Kick Actual. I don't know why your message got deleted, but I appreciate your kind words. Okay. Let's go back to the dashboard. What do we got? So the Tennessee margin is now 40. Like I said, I thought it could be worse than 34.5. I had it at, I forgot what I had it at, but it was right on that 35 line. But I think Bowling Green is worse than people think. So the Appalachian State live margin is now 18. The live total is 58.5. The live total in the Ohio State game is now 53.4. 64.5, again, too high. I feel like some of these, I was on more unders and overs this week, and I double-checked the numbers. That's how it should be. I feel like the totals are just too high. There, that's what I was trying to do. Okay. South Florida, 0-5 on third downs. They have good field position. This has got to be, it's 3rd and 2, so this is definitely 4-down territory for them. Zone read, it got stuffed. That got blown up by NC State. That was just a bad read by the quarterback. He should have pulled it there. Now they're facing 4th and 2. You got to go for it here, though. Under for Hawaii, UCLA hit? Yeah, that was one I was on. Did Bowling Green just gain a yard? It looks like they did. All right, 4th and 2, South Florida. They got to go for it here. You have to. You're down 17. Good field position. They are in a tight set. Oh, false start. Unless they called timeout beforehand. Did they get a timeout in before the false start? It was a delay game on the defense, or offside on the defense. I don't have the volume on, so I couldn't hear it. Ooh, Bowling Green got a first down. Wow. So it's first down for South Florida that they, courtesy of the NC State defensive line. Minnesota is punting. Giving the ball back to Ohio State. Man, that run play for South Florida just got blown up. They cannot run the ball at all. Sorry run game for South Florida. Ohio State's win percentage is up to 92.3. Live margin is 18.3. It looks like, the refs are waving it off, but Tennessee thought they had a scoop and score, but the refs are waving it off. All right, South Florida. They're facing a 3rd and 10. It's still got to be 4-down territory unless they have a good field goal kicker that can make a 52-yarder. Timeout, NC State. All right, so Bowling Green is facing a 2nd and 16 from their own 22. They're in a 5-receiver formation, empty backfield. Shotgun snap to the quarterback, who's going to throw an out route that was not even open, and the receiver dropped it. So now they're facing a 3rd and 16. Like, this Bowling Green offense, I don't know. This looks bad. So when I was at TCU, we played SMU in 2008 and 2009. And they played Washington State before they played us. So when we were watching film on SMU, we were watching Washington State film. And those were the years Washington State was really bad, like, and lost every Pac-12 game like 70-3 and stuff like that, like really bad. That was the worst offense I have seen in college football. Now, is this Bowling Green offense that bad? I don't know, but that's the standard. And they ran a buck sweep on 3rd and 16 that went nowhere, and now they're going to have to punt. All right, every other game's in a commercial right now. Except Bowling Green, who's punting. I mean, their punter's not bad. That's a pretty good punt. But Tennessee's going to return it. and not get very far. He made it to about the 35, and there's a flag. It looks like that's going to come back, erase pretty much all that return and then some for Tennessee. And now Tennessee will face its third possession of the first half. That was at my high school stadium, which I went to last Friday, and watched my high school lose 56-0 in their first game with their new head coach against a team that went 2-8 last year. But I digress. They've had the same PA announcer since at least I had been going there when I was in like third grade. But that's what he does at the beginning of each drive. He's like, on their first possession of the second half. South Florida fumbled the direct snap on 3rd and 10. Got it back, but now they're facing 4th and long. They can't go for it. They're out of field goal range. So that direct snap fumble, it wasn't a great snap, but the quarterback should have caught it. The South Florida team is just terrible. I don't know who's looking worse, South Florida or Bowling Green. All right. Does the game determine if you bet the spread over, under, or money line? It's just based on what the model says. It's just based on what the model says. So the spread now is up to 24.5 for NC State. Appalachian State, after the field goal, it's up to 20.6. Ohio State's up to 17.8. 2nd and 10 for Ohio State. Man, why? This is why DirecTV stream sucks. It's buffering. All my other streams are fine, but the one on my TV is not. So 3rd down for Ohio State. 3rd and 4. Let's see what their win percentage is before the 3rd down and then after the 3rd down. So 92.9% and 17.6. That is our baseline. Let's see what it's after this 3rd down. Snap. They're going to do a hand. Oh, man. Great blocking. So now we're going to have 1st and 10 from the 36. So they gained 10. That was some good blocking. The linebacker wasn't set. Number 55 for Minnesota wasn't set. He was out of position. All right, now let's see what the live win percentage is after that 1st down. It moved up to 93.7 and 18.5. So that 1st down alone was worth about 0.7 points. Face mask on South Florida. They're not going to call it. All right. So right now, my most successful models are the neural network, which was the most successful one last week, and the k-nearest neighbor. Those are the 2 most successful models right now. Yep, that 1st down was worth about 1% of a percentage win and about 0.7 points. South Florida got a sack. Nice. South Florida player, don't showboat. You're down 17. Deep pass for Ohio State. That's interference. Yeah, you can't grab him like that. Why is the crowd booing? That was obvious pass interference. I don't even have any dog in this fight. That was obvious pass interference. I hate when crowds boo obvious penalties. You can't grab him like that. He grabbed his jersey. Yep, he grabbed his jersey. He pulled him down. Pretty Oh, now the crowd's even more mad. I'm like, what game are you guys watching, crowd? Huh? What game are you guys watching? All right, now Ohio State. Let's see how big that pass interference was. So that pass interference brought their win percentage up to 94%, up from 93.2. And their margin to 18.9, up from 18.1. So that pass interference is worth 0.8 points. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, at the end of the first quarter, I am going to refill my water bottle and turn the air conditioner down a little bit. It's hot in here. Time out? Wait, that ref's a Big 10 ref now? He was a Big 12 ref for so long. I wonder why I moved to the Big 10. All right, I am going to take a quick break to refill this water bottle. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. I have a lot of cleaning up to do when this stream is over in the kitchen. I mean, I made fried wings, which are different than traditional buffalo wings, because I made them like fried chicken style. So I made like a buttermilk dip with buttermilk and eggs, as well as the flour. So they're like fried chicken, and then I put buffalo sauce on them. And I also made Shake Shack cheese fries. So I made like this cheese sauce, copycat Shake Shack cheese sauce recipe. And then I ate that ice cream, but it's a mess in there because I didn't have enough time to clean it up before I was going to start the stream. End of the first quarter. Let's see if there's any errors that get thrown at the end of a quarter. Yep, there is. See, I told you guys. Okay, so I think this... What is the down distance in yard line? You guys are my beta testers. So why does it say 50? Oh, it's the 50-yard line. That's why. So whenever the yard line is 50, it throws an error. Good to know. I didn't know that. See, these are things you have to work out. All right. But let's also see if it throws an error at the end of a quarter. It does not. But it's putting back the original win percentage. So I need to figure out how to make it put in a prediction when, man, that South Florida quarterback. That should be a safety in the end zone. But I need to figure out what to do at the end of a quarter. So I don't see why it's... I don't see why it's doing that, though. That's weird. South Florida's going to punt again. All right. You guys are my beta testers. I know I keep saying that, but... Wow, Bowling Green completed a pass. Didn't think I'd see it. Okay, I know why it's doing that. Ah. Okay, now, yeah, I see that was a quick fix. Quick fix. Back on track. All right, so live. But it's still throwing the... I won't be able to fix this until... Man, oh well, I'll fix it later. It's not that big of a deal. Drag route to the tight end. They have killed this crowd. My R is throwing me error messages now. It's not Excel. Debug time. Gotta debug. So the Boise State game is making it throw errors. Like I said, I didn't factor in a delay. But since it's the first game on the list, It's ruining it. It's going to be a field goal attempt for Ohio State. NC State's about to score again. All right, I need to figure out why it's throwing an error for the Boise State game exactly. Field goal's good. But yeah, this crowd's pretty dead. Minnesota needs to do something to get the crowd back into it. It's throwing an error. I don't see why it's throwing an error, though. Trying to troubleshoot on the stream. This is a bummer. I hate these bugs that you get when you don't know why it's throwing errors. I think I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I think. Don't hold me to this. I'm going to try something. My troubleshooting might be accurate. Let's see if that works. All right. I think that was it. Yay. All right. So after the field goal, Ohio State's margin is now 16.4. Win percentage is 91.6. Ooh, Bowling Green. Nice. Third down. 3rd and 11. Appalachian State, after their 43-yard field goal by Chandler Staton, is 21.3, 97.7 win percent. The total is 55.8. The live total in the NC State game after the touchdown is 55.5. And I still think NC State will have to get that by themselves almost, because I don't see South Florida scoring more than 14. And let's see. Bowling Green actually made it to the Tennessee side of the field. Let's see if that did anything for their win percentage chances. Nope, still. Wait, no, it hasn't updated. So I'm waiting for it to update. NC State margin is now at 28.5. I told you guys, 18.5 was not respectful enough. The top performing model for the second week in a row as of right now is the neural network. Still waiting for the API to update the Tennessee game so I can see what their if Bowling Green's win percentage chances increase from 1.8%. And South Florida is just miserable. Why is the neural network beating the support vector machine? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. I think just early noise is what I'm going to say. We haven't gotten into long-term territory yet. Early noise. The neural network was the most exciting model that was the model I was most excited to see. Face mask on NC State? Man, that Minnesota crowd is going nuts for a 5-yard gain. Update the Bowling Green score. Or yard line. I want to see if their win percentage chance improved from 1.8. Try with support. Yeah, I agree. Support vector machines are fun. And actually, the support vector machine did very well when ooh, nice catch by South Florida. That might have been a push-off. But support vector machines did very good in the tuning phase when it came to like mean square error and everything. Accuracy scores, confusion matrices. Do any of my family or friends fear my models developing consciousness? Not yet. What's my neural network structure? I want to say for the win percentage, which is a classification, I want to say it's only got one node layer. I'll tell you exactly what it is. So for totals and spreads, it has 5 hidden layers and then a third 3-node hidden layer 5 and a hidden layer of 3. And then for win percentage, it's 4 and 2. And the step max is at 1 arrow 6 for the win percentage because I couldn't get it converge at 1 arrow 5. We'll see what happens on Saturday, Jackson Cook. It'll be interesting. That will be an interesting game. Man, Bowling Green's moving the ball. I need the API to update. Okay, there we go. Finally. So their win percentage moved from 2.1% to move, but the margin moved down to 35.7. Do I think? Yeah, we're seeing new types of models develop all the time. But generally, the ones we're seeing developed are like just modifications and spin-offs of existing models. Like Cat Boost is a new one. That's just a spin-off of gradient boosting and adaptive boosting. So will we see anything groundbreaking? I don't know. Maybe if computation power gets better. But that's a good question. I will say no. Or anything groundbreaking? I don't know. Probably. That's a tough question. Man, what kind of throw is that, South Florida quarterback? Not even close. All right, Bowling Green, 2nd and 10. Throwing for the end zone. He's got a man. He was held, and they didn't throw a flag. He had a man, but he got held. Refs just screwed Bowling Green. They had a man. If he didn't get held, how is life? Well, I started a new job earlier this month, or last month. Moved back to Fort Worth. Moved into a new apartment. Get to see my family more. Interception for NC State, by the way. If I'm Bowling Green, I kick it here. But yeah, things are going pretty well. The only thing I'm bummed about is not being in Las Vegas right now, because I'm always in Las Vegas for the opening Thursday night, always. Yeah, I kick it here if I'm Bowling Green. Man, that South Florida quarterback's terrible. What I've seen from him so far is pretty bad. All right, Bowling Green's lining up for about a 42-yarder. And it looks good to me. All right, Bowling Green's on the board. Good job. All right, halftime, and I want to see if my thing throws errors for halftime. Minnesota goes for it. Oh, wow, they went for it on 4th and 1. Off to the races. All the way down to the 15. Wow. So here's the deal. Is Minnesota going to blow this opportunity? That was just luck. I mean, don't get me wrong. The offensive line had to do some work, but the way Ohio State stunted, Minnesota just ran the perfect play there. They ran the perfect play. All right. So Minnesota can't waste this. They're running the ball again. Not much doing there. Man, that UCF game's still delayed. I mean, I think if Minnesota only gets a field goal out of this, it'll be disappointing. Oh, what a catch. What a catch. That was a great throw. That was a great throw. I'm serious. That was an incredible throw. Uh-oh. I told you he was going to throw an error. All right, so Bowling Green's now at 33.4. Minnesota, after the touchdown, is now at 16.5% win and a 10.8 margin. So if you're an Ohio State backer, that was not a positive development for you. That was a great throw. No, gambling isn't legal here in Texas. Does my model for Illinois have Peter starting? I don't really take into consideration things like that, unfortunately. Have I tried other methods of distance factors on KNN? Yeah, I use Euclidean distance. There's other ways to do it, but yeah. I think Euclidean's fine. That's how I've always done it. Like, I've been using a K-nearest neighbors model since 2017, and I've always used Euclidean, and it's worked for me. Yeah, node structure. You're right about node structure, Corey Johnson. I actually messed around with it a little bit. I actually had 12 nodes in the hidden layer at first, but I actually found that 5 was better. No need to make it complex. But I want to say I feed like, let me see if I can show you the structure of it. Okay, here's the structure. So I feed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I feed 14 variables into it. And here's a 5 hidden layer and a 3 hidden layer. So Yep. Yeah, that was like a great throw by the quarterback from Minnesota and a great catch by the receiver. I mean, when you're a receiver that big and you're outsizing the guy defending you, you need to make that catch if the quarterback puts it there. And the quarterback put it there. He put it there. Like wide receivers, their job is not so much to catch balls as it is to be in the right place at the right time, which is harder than it sounds. Did I major in computer science or something similar? No, I did not. A lot of what I do is self-taught. Like I was messing around with Excel and programming and all that when I was like 12 years old. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a blowout for a while. The crowd was dead, and I was saying the Minnesota has to do something on this drive because the crowd is dead. And now the crowd's back in it. All right. Bowling Green has the ball back, so Tennessee isn't running it up like I expected they would be yet. I mean, 14-3, but still, but it should be 21-0, 28-0. Facing a 2nd and 5. How'd they get the ball back? Oh, yeah. So they did count that as an interception. I thought it was an incomplete pass, but I guess they overturned it. Oh, he has a man. Bowling Green had a man. And that should be a late hit out of bounds, too. They didn't call it, but this McDonald quarterback for Bowling Green is moving the ball. So now the live margin is 30.5, so it's gone under. It was at, 40 at one point? And the win percentage odds are at 3.3%. Good job, Bowling Green. Final score projection is 41-10. Oh, man. If the Bowling Green receiver cuts up just a step sooner, he could have scored there. But we got a first down for Bowling Green. They're moving the ball. 1st and 10 at the Tennessee 40. Now 30.1 margin. Yeah, this McDonald guy, he's doing pretty good. Did he not start for Bowling Green? Buck sweep. Man, Bowling Green's moving the ball. 8 yards. I want to see if this guy started for Bowling Green. Something tells me he didn't start. No, he did start. But I wonder why they got off to such a slow start. I mean, they're moving the ball fine. Well, 111 yards in the second quarter. Good job. Good for them. Another first down. Another first down for the Falcons. Margin's down to 29.8. So what was the second half line for NC State South Florida? Anyone have that? I don't have access to in-game bets at the moment, just your typical pregame bets. Was UT supposed to hire PJ Fleck? I don't think he's that great of a coach. All right, I'm on this drive, guys. I feel like they're a bit too predictable on offense, but Tennessee isn't stopping it. They're in the red zone. 1st and 10 in the red zone. Margin's now at 29.3. Tick tock, tick tock. All right, Bowling Green has a tight end set. One back in the backfield in the shotgun. Snap, drops back to pass, throws over the middle, and the receiver doesn't really have much to go. About 2-yard gain on first down. It's going to be 2nd and 8 from the 18. Bowling Green, they don't need a touchdown here, but it would be preferable to a field goal. They're not gonna get this done by kicking field goals. I wonder if I can still. No, the thing I don't know what my username is for my Westgate app, but I wonder what the second half line is. Does anyone have a second half line for NC State South Florida? No, I'm not going to do an NFL one. Man, they went with the reverse on 2nd down and got hit for a loss. Yep, I know I used Bitcoin when I used offshore books. Is there anywhere I can see a second half line? Interception for Minnesota. This Stroud guy isn't impressing me at all. I'm sorry. All right, second half line for NC State is 7.5, at least on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I have it at 20. I have it at 4.5. So 7.5 is high. I would not lay that. The second half line for East Carolina, App State, is 3.5. Minus 3.5 for App State. I would take that. I have it at 5.5. All right, let's see what Minnesota can do here. This reminds me of All right. Second and 2 from the 28. Can't finish the tackle, and now Minnesota's heading up to the red zone. Let's see what that interception did in terms of the odds, percentages. So it's now 9.4. Live total 52.7. Minnesota's win percentage chance is now up to 17.6%. Remember, 17.6% does not equal 0%. I wouldn't take 8.5 NC State second half. Yeah, Ohio State's defense looks very sketchy, and their quarterback play looks very sketchy. App State -4. I have it at App State -5.2. So I think there's at least a point of value on there. All right, first and goal for Minnesota. I wonder how the odds will flip if they score a touchdown here. If it will flip. Second and goal from the 6. He's got a man. That was just. I said earlier that being a receiver is about being at the right place at the right time. I did. Let me look at the replay. Yeah, that was a good play by the corner. That wasn't interference. That was a clean. That was a good play. All right. Minnesota, I don't say they need a touchdown here, but it would really get the crowd going. A field goal would almost seem disappointing. They're running the same play. Oh, they're going to call interference on that, but they didn't call it the play before. All right, Bowling Green settled for the field goal. Since when did that ref move to the Big Ten, or are they just using Big 12 refs tonight? Yeah, I don't know about that PI. I don't know. Yeah, he had his jersey. Okay. At that angle, you could see the tug on the jersey. Ohio State got him for a loss. Got him for a loss. Here's the question, though. Do you trust the Ohio State quarterback to be a little bit more aggressive to end the half on their possession that they're going to have after this? There it is. Oh, he's just short. He hesitated a little too long. The hole was there. Shouldn't have hesitated. All right, third down from the 1. Here's the question. Do you go for it if you don't get it here? We'll cross that bridge when we get. I think you do, but run a sweep. Yes, they ran a sweep. That's what I said. Touchdown. I called that. I was like, you got to run a sweep. Don't run it up the middle, run a sweep, and they did. Well, it wasn't a true sweep, but it was a run to the outside tackle. Or guard, or whatever you want to call them. I don't even have FCS games. Ohio State, you mean? I was about to say, Ohio plays Syracuse on Saturday. Here's the deal. What do you do if you're Ohio State? Do you play aggressive on this upcoming drive? All right, let's see what the win odds are now. 30%. So Minnesota's win percent went to 30.7%, and the margin is now only 4.6. Yep. Bowling Green's margin is now 26.5. The most accurate model right now is the K nearest neighbors followed by random forest. All 4 games are trending to the under right now, which is what I had 4 underplays tonight. I mean, none of them are like shoo-ins for the under. Maybe yeah, I just feel like, what do you do if you're Ohio State? What do you do here? Their quarterback hasn't impressed me. I'm sorry. That was almost an interception by Bowling Green. Almost. I'm telling you, Tennessee's not blowing them out like I thought they would. Okay, Tennessee, 2nd and 10 from the 42. Has a guy over the middle for about 5. So we're going to face a 3rd and 5 for Tennessee. The question is, they're in their hurry-up offense. There's only 55 seconds left. The question is, are they capable of scoring in 49 seconds and counting? Holding. Okay, they sacked him anyway. Even though the Tennessee line held, Bowling Green sacked him anyway. Thanks, Matt Stansberry. I'll be back on Saturday if you want to stop by on Saturday. Yep. Tennessee offensive line held, and they didn't call holding, but he still sacked him. Yeah, like whoever said that Ohio State was going to dink and dunk their way downfield was right. Zodwick, yep. But they have enough time to do that. They do. All right, the margin is 5.9 for Ohio State. After the flag, it's 5.9. 72.9%. I'm surprised my spreadsheet hasn't thrown any errors lately. Yeah, Tennessee hasn't been good in a long time, and I don't think they made a good coaching hire. All right, this Ohio State offense, not very good tonight. It all goes back to the quarterback. They don't have a good quarterback. This is why you play a body bag game in week 1 if you're breaking in a new quarterback. 3rd and 9. Holding. Ohio State offensive line held. This is just night and day difference without. Yeah, Stroud looks horrible. How did he win the starting job? Stroud looks terrible. Wow, Tennessee's going for it on 4th and 7. And they didn't get it. But there's a flag. If there's defensive holding on the... Well, it's a Hail Mary. There's no way there's defensive holding. Yeah, the Bowling Green coach is like, are you kidding me? They had 12 men on the field. So Tennessee gets another shot at it. Another Hail Mary attempt for Tennessee. Ball's in the air. It's overthrown. And that's halftime. 14-6. I never would have guessed Bowling Green would only be down by 8 at halftime. I thought it was going to be like 21-28. Man. Minnesota drop. That was a big drop. It was a little, yeah, that's a really hard. Man, Josh Heupel, when did he become so fat? That guy has a triple chin. Triple chin. Man. That UCF game's finally starting in 15 minutes. I wasn't planning on staying up that late tonight. The thing is, does Minnesota have enough time to just run the ball? Yeah, that under in the Tennessee game's looking good. They just don't have time to keep running it, though. They're eventually going to have to pass. South Florida's backed up. They're going to be facing a 3rd down and inside the 15. All right, I'm trying to see who the halftime panel is on the SEC network. It looks like we got Gene Chizik as one. The halftime panel on the SEC network doesn't seem very impressed. A shovel pass did not work. That shovel pass for South Florida did not work. Let's update the scoreboard. I'm surprised it hasn't thrown any errors in a while. The margin's down to 3.5 for Ohio State. Projected final score 29-25. Here's the shot. Oh, he overthrew him. He overthrew him. I'm glad they did it. Like I said, they're going to have to throw the ball eventually. They just can't, not enough time to keep running it, which is their strength. Oh, man. They weren't ready for the blitz. They weren't set. But hey, they're going to be going into the locker room up at halftime. I think they will take that any day. What was the first half Minnesota money line? It had to be plus 400, I'm guessing. Cookies and cream ice cream? What brand? Bluebell cookies and cream is awesome. So the top performing model right now is K Nearest Neighbors. Yeah, you got to be satisfied if you are Minnesota going up halftime. The worst performing model right now is the Gradient Booster. Turkey Hill's pretty good. But if you have access to Bluebell, which you probably don't, it's the best store brand there is. So 4 of the 7 metrics pick Minnesota at plus 500 on the money line. The K Nearest Neighbors, Gradient Booster, Neural Network, and the Combo all had Minnesota on the money line. Second half, I'm going to see what I have it at. I have it at Ohio State. Let's see. If the final is 28. I should have. I have it at Ohio State -9. Yeah, I don't think they have Bluebell in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Ohio State -9 is my guess. See what we got. Wait, -9? I might be wrong. I might be calculating it wrong. If my live line is Ohio State -5. Yeah, -9 is right for a second half line. The Tennessee live line is 24. So they have Ohio State -3.5 live. I have them at -5. I don't know. I just don't know if their I don't know if their quarterback play is going to be good enough. I wouldn't trust their quarterback play at all. You have it at -7. That might be stretching it. -7 is stretching it. I would take 3.5. I would not take 7. I don't even know if I would take 5. Is that Bob Stoops on the panel? Yep, it is. What is he doing there? All right, so East Carolina is chipping away at that margin now that they're in the red zone. Man, what a sweep by NC State. That was a perfectly executed sweep play for a touchdown. I don't care. As long as the game stays under. I just don't think NC State will get to the over by themselves. Zonovan Knight. Appreciate it, Ryan Gutierrez. I plan to stream on Saturdays during college football season. Yep, on Saturday. I don't know if I'll go. I probably won't go all days on Saturday, but I'll at least try to highlight like at least one block of games. I don't think there's a game going on right now outside of NC State. But I got a new bike yesterday, and I rode it for about an hour. My legs are pretty sore. What would I lay with Tennessee in the second half? Let me see what they're at. I have them at 26.5, but it's not perfect. They're at 24.5. I don't know if I would lay 24.5. I would have to see them probably 23 or lower to play Tennessee. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break since everything's at halftime right now. Okay. Verizon Fios. Yeah, I'm using AT&T Fiber Gigabit. Like I have the fastest AT&T Fiber there is, so that's how I can live stream and have 4 different TVs connected. Is that Boise State game ever going to start? NC State spreads up to 33. Deep pass for South Florida. Caught. Caught at the 45. Nice gain for them. They haven't had much to celebrate tonight. 9:45 Eastern, so it's supposed to start in the next 5 minutes. All right. Oh man, I was not planning on staying up late tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to. We'll see how the game goes. Oh wow. NC State defense caught sleeping. Did not cover the tight end. South Florida is in the red zone. 2 big plays back to back for them. Let's see how that's affected their. I don't think it matters, but it might affect the total. Stop short on the toss. The total's still at 55, so we should be good. Oh, that's an illegal forward pass for South Florida. It's got to be. And targeting, too. They're going to call targeting on NC State. Although I thought that was an illegal forward pass. Yeah, I made sure when I signed up for a DirecTV stream that I was getting all the sports channels. Yeah, that's targeting. Yeah, number 20... Number 24 is going to be ejected for NC State. That was pretty cut and dry targeting. Wait, what? How did Appalachian State just score? Did they get a kickoff return? That was quick. But it moved the total to 58.8. What happened there? How did they score so fast? They must have had a kick return. Nope, not a kick return. But they had a 68-yard pass, so it was a 2-play drive for 86 yards. All right, they did not. Wow, they didn't say that was targeting? Are you serious? That was the most cut and dry targeting I've ever seen. Offensive. That was. I can't believe they overturned that targeting penalty on NC State, unless they changed the rules of targeting. Are they going to call a pick play on South Florida? I think they should. That was definitely a pick. Offensive pass interference. Let's see what this flag is for. You know, it's 31-0, but the total matters. I care about the total. got to be offensive pass interference, right? Yep, they called it. I was about to say, that was a pretty obvious pick play. And that 86-yard drive in 2 plays was not good for the under in the East Carolina game. Okay, the Boise State game started, so where can I put that? I'm going to change the South Florida game. I can just follow along. All right, Boise State game coming on. Looks like UCF forced to 4th down. Boise State's punting. And UCF's going to return it. He broke the first level, but did not break the second level. Down at the 30. All right, time to see the UCF offense in action. Dylan Gabriel. Let's see. The favorite play of Gus Malzahn at Auburn was the buck sweep. Watch them run a buck sweep on play 1. Are they going to run a buck sweep? Nope. They faked it, though. And a 9-yard gain on the first play. Looks like they're going to run tempo. Now they're going to run a buck sweep. Usually Gus would run a buck sweep right after a decent first down gain. Here comes the buck sweep. No, not quite a buck sweep, but it was an inside read. I'm waiting to see. Let's see how many plays until the buck sweep happens. Let's see. Right now they've run 2 plays. 2 plays. This is play number 3. Are we going to see a buck sweep? Nope. So it looks like he just wants to nickel and dime his way down the field, huh? All right, play number 4. Are we going to see a buck sweep here? Nope. But as long as... I thought this head coach Boise State hired is supposed to be some kind of defensive genius. Still haven't seen it, but they haven't had to run a buck sweep because they're giving them the 5-yard outs on the outside. Yeah, I thought this Boise State coach was supposed to be a defensive guru, but so far they haven't done anything to stop them. I think that's the first play of this drive that's considered not a successful play for UCF. Second and 7. Oh, man. Middle of the field wide open. Middle of the field is wide open. Looks like UCF's going to get on the board early. intercepted. Oh, man. Intercepted in the end zone. He's going to run it all the way back. There's nobody's going to tackle him. Wow, that was a dumb pass by UCS quarterback. I honestly thought he was over the line. I was about to say, he better hope that they threw a flag for illegal forward pass. Wow. They were looking so good. UCF was looking so good. Wow. Why did he throw that? Like, seriously, he should have just tucked and run. No, I have to use a local. Yeah, I have to use a local to bet in Texas. Man. That was a dumb throw. Like, that's what happens when you try to do too much. Was Gus Malzahn calling for them to throw an illegal forward pass flag? All right, let's see how UCF can respond. They're looking so good. Boise State wasn't stopping the run. I don't see why they passed there. By the way, that was not a targeting penalty on Bowling Green. If the NC State targeting was not a targeting, then that definitely was not targeting. The Tennessee player pushed him into the guy. He was tripping. He wasn't targeting. They're going to overturn that. If they don't overturn that, these refs are hopeless. Let's see if Ohio State can make some halftime offensive adjustments. That was not targeting. Yeah, they reversed the target. I was about to say, if they called that targeting, then I don't know what that was not even close to targeting. All right. Looks like Tennessee is marching upfield. Is Ohio State going to make a quarterback change? Like, I'm just not impressed with CJ Stroud. I'm not. All right, let's see how the Boise State win percentage changed after that interception. Okay, they're up to basically a tie on the score. Total 71.8 and win percentage is 46%. Touchdown Tennessee, by the way. And now the spread is back up to 34. That's the thing. They're not getting the ball into the hands. Ohio State's not getting the ball into the hands of the guys like Garrett. What's his name? I use the ESPN API. It's free if you know how to scrape it. You just got to know what the endpoints are, and you're good to go. That's the thing, though. Stroud can't throw the ball. He's not a good passer. Watching this replay of that, yeah, he just underthrew it. He didn't put enough air behind the ball, the UCF quarterback. He should have, if he lobbed it, it would have been fine, but he threw an arrow. That was a pretty nice run by Ohio State there. Yeah, Stroud does not look good at all. All right, let's see how the UCF offense can respond. They didn't run a buck sweep. That's why they didn't score. They faked the buck sweep. All right, here comes 2nd and 4 for Ohio State. Stroud's passing. Uh-oh. He found his man. Can he stay in bounds? Looks like I think he scored. Yeah, he scored. That was a wobbly duck. That was not a good throw by Stroud, but since the guy was so open, it didn't matter. But that was not a good throw. I use a local Rasheem Hudson, but the local uses an app just like, the online books do. He was so open that the bad wobbly pass didn't matter. All right, so UCF gets called for a holding penalty on their first play. Yeah, that was a scary pass. It was across his body, off his back foot. It wasn't a really well-thrown ball. It's raining in Minnesota, too. All right, let's see how the projections have changed now that Ohio State's scored. They are now projected to win by about 7. Win percentage chances went up to 76.7%. Yeah, my ear itches so bad. What's the flag for now? How's the under looking in the Appalachian State game? I have it at 53 right now. Anybody else in the chat have any unders? Ooh, that was a pretty nice throw on the run for the UCF quarterback. He didn't catch it, but that was a nice throw. The top performing model right now is K Nearest Neighbors, followed by the Random Forest. All of them are performing pretty good except Gradient Boost. Utah is not a good offensive team, and they never really run up the score in those FCS games they play on the opening Thursday every year. I remember you saying life's too short to bet the under, like in basketball season. All right, so you're with me on the NC State USF under, Justin Pan. I have it at 52 right now. Now it's at 52.4. Now it's at 52.8. I'm surprised I haven't gotten many error messages in the last hour or so. Let's keep that going. I mean, when I say local, I mean, I know a guy who runs a book, so I just use him. Yeah, USF isn't good at all. Like, it's not like I went and sought out a local. I already knew a guy who ran a book, and so I just called him up and said, "Can you book my bets?" And I said, "I don't want to clean you out, though. Not that I'm going to clean him out, but it's not like I'm betting a lot of money." So UCF punted on their second drive. I have Boise State plus 5.5. So far, so good. It's the only game I don't have a total play. I keep saying it that there's no reason the total in the NC State game should have been 59.5. None. And I'm going to keep repeating that. I'm going to keep repeating that. Has anyone ever had the Detroit-style pizza from Pizza Hut? I've had it from Little Caesars, but I've never had it from Pizza Hut. Boise State money line at 220. Good. Was that what it was pregame? My favorite SCS team? That's a great question. That is a great question. Favorite FCS team? I like the way Citadel plays. I like their style. I don't bet FCS games, no. I mean, when I'm in Las Vegas for week 1 of the college football season, I will throw like very small amounts on those FCS games just for like action. I mean, Detroit style is definitely the square pizza with the caramelized crust, but I've never seen them put sauce on top like that. Like even Little Caesars puts it under the cheese. That's interference. Interference on Ohio State. My best bet on Saturday. I don't know if I have a best bet on Saturday, but like I keep saying, I like the directional Michigan teams. I like Central Michigan and Western Michigan. Yeah, the guy was in good coverage. He didn't need to do that. Man, my ear is like itching. Like the inside of my ear. That's an interception. That was a bad throw by Minnesota. That was a bad throw. Back foot desperation throw, and they're going to pay for it with what was almost a touchdown. Back foot desperation throw. Yeah, appreciate you tuning in, Rasheem. Are there ticks? I don't know. Have I been hiking? I rode my bike yesterday. Did they just call roughing the passer? Yeah. Wow. Roughing the passer. Tanner Morgan just got bailed out. Bailed out. It doesn't matter if that was roughing the passer. That was a bad decision. Wow, he just got bailed out. Yeah, I don't live in Las Vegas anymore. My new job allowed me to work wherever I wanted, and I decided to move back to Fort Worth, Texas. A, because my family's here, and B, I just didn't like the way Nevada was handling, mandates and masks and all that. I wanted to come back to Texas where I wouldn't have to worry about mask mandates and lockdowns. But yeah, man, Minnesota got like a phoenix rising from the ashes, just got bailed out. Bailed out. I hate when a quarterback makes a stupid decision and is bailed out. I hate it. Like I said, I have no dog in this fight. The only bet I have in this game is the under. And there's a touchdown. Man, it looked like Miami, Ohio State. Is that a game this year? Is Ohio State playing Miami of Ohio? I don't think they are. Nope, they're not playing Miami this year. All right, during this commercial break, I'm going to go get a Q-tip because this is driving me nuts.
Only pay for what you need. Here's a little question for you. Why are there interstate highways in Hawaii? I've always wondered why this place didn't work so slow.
I'm going to say it again. Ohio State bailed out Minnesota. But Miami versus Alabama, what do I have it at? I have 5 of my 7 metrics have Miami covering, and 2 of the 7 have Alabama covering. All 7 have it going over. I have hiccups. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was telling people before the game, Minnesota has a knack for playing up. They always open the season every year on Thursday, but they don't always play a big-name opponent. Whenever they play an FCS opponent like South Dakota State a couple years ago, they usually play down to their opponent. But they've opened the season, like, whenever they open the season against a top 5 team at home on Thursday night, they always play it close. Now, when they played TCU, who's ranked number 2, to open the season in 2015, I don't think they ever led in that game, but it was close. It was a 6-point final score. It wasn't that close. I mean, it was 23-10, and Minnesota scored like a touchdown with like 30 seconds left to pull it within 6. But yeah, Boise State's about to score again. Man, that Q-tip didn't do much good. It's like, I don't know what's going on. I need to put like some drops in there. Yeah, touchdown for Boise State. It got called back because of roughing the passer. Yeah, you remember that Steel City baller. South Dakota State was winning the entire time. Weren't they up by like 21 or something and they blew it? And wasn't that the same year Minnesota... was that the year Minnesota beat Penn State? I'm going to have to look. Because I remember South Dakota State had them. It was either 2018 or 2019. Because I remember watching it at the Westgate. South Dakota State blow it. But I had bet on South Dakota State. They were 15.5-point dogs, and I bet on them that game. Yeah, here's the South Dakota State game. Yeah, it was the year they beat Penn State. Yep. South Dakota State blew it. All right. Yep, 2019. I remember watching it as it happened. I mean, they didn't blow it. They were up by 1. All right, Minnesota is now, okay, this is an even Stevens game. 42% win percent chance, only an 0.5 margin. And the total creeped up to 61.5. Live total, I have it at 61.5. What's the live total at? Let me see what DraftKings has it at. They have the live total at 64.5, so right in line with what the game total was. I have it at 61.5. Boise State's now up to 63.5% win chance and a 5.1 margin. Man, Stroud just does not throw good balls. Like, his passes are all wobbly and off target. His receivers have bailed him out. Live total in the Ohio State game's down to 62.5. Third and 12. He's not going to get it. Man, he got tackled pretty hard. Stroud is not good. Weren't they talking about signing Stroud to like major NIL deals? See, that's why you shouldn't give NIL deals to these unproven players. All right, we got ourselves a game. Yeah, I thought Mike Houston was going to do better, but I think James Madison is good because of the program and not the coaches. Because remember the guy who really built the James Madison program, Everett Withers? He went to Texas State and was horrible. So James Madison coaches have not succeeded. And then the guy before Everett Withers at James Madison also flopped. So James Madison coaches moving to FBS have not succeeded. Yeah, who is the backup? I thought there was a quarterback controversy for Ohio State. Like, who's the backup? Appalachian State touchdown. I mean, they're going to cover for sure, but the question is, will it stay under 59? Yeah, I drove by James Madison last year when I was on my cross-country road trip. Where was it? It was in Virginia. It was before Roanoke, but after, like, northern Virginia. I forgot exactly where in Virginia it was, but I remember driving right by James Madison on the highway. What other colleges did I drive by on my road trip? Furman in South Carolina, Georgia Tech, LSU. Yep. Went right through University of Michigan. Quinn Ewers isn't going to play. They're not going to put him in. Yeah, Harrisonburg. Because I stayed overnight in Roanoke. UCF. Did they get the first down? Bad camera work. Yep, they did. That was bad camera work. Yeah, I did go University of Delaware. I drove by that. I mean, I drove by a lot of colleges. What was the one in Grand Junction, Colorado? Like Colorado Mesa University? I stayed right at South Dakota State University. I actually did a video from there. Appreciate it, Dick Kick Actual. 24-hour shift? What do you do? I went to a restaurant right by University of Wisconsin Eau Claire. I remember I went by University of Toledo. Did UCF just fumble? UCF does not look good so far. Yeah, CAA football is pretty good. It used to be. When they had like Old Dominion. Fire department. I was about to say, there's not a lot of jobs out there with the 24-hour shift, but fire department's one. I didn't drive by the University of Maine. I did enter Maine. Jeez, this Morgan guy is like playing with fire. But they're going to try to grind the clock down from here on out. What is that, a margarita? Sorry, I'm looking at this commercial during the Tennessee game. She's drinking a margarita. Specs. Okay, it was a Specs commercial. I haven't had any alcohol in years. All right. Don't forget Joe Flacco. Yeah, I drove through Wilmington. I stopped at a gas station there. Boise State. They look like the better team so far. I'm sorry. They do. Let's see what I have it at. I have it at 8.2 now. 75% win chance for Boise State. Remember, 75% does not equal 100%. NC State scored again. That total is going to be a nail biter. I mean, like I said, I think if that game's going to go over 49.5, we got to have 3 more scores. Yeah, that's what it was called, the rest area. It was right there off the toll road. But we need 3 scores in the South Florida game. I don't see it happening, but I said all along, if that game's going to go over, NC State's going to have to do all the heavy lifting because South Florida's offense is terrible. Ohio State's run defense, jeez. What did I have them at? Like, whoops. I have their run defense. Well, I don't have a run defense stat yet, but their standard down success rate, which is a proxy for that, is their worst stat, 39. So if they can't force their opponents into standard downs, they're in trouble. And Minnesota's pretty good. Standard down success rate on offense is 51. It's not great either, but they're getting it done tonight. Yeah, I think it was a Sonico. Because like it was on a toll road, and it was like the only place you could get gas and stop on the toll road. And I remember I went in there and got like, you can watch the YouTube video of it, but I got, I want to say like jalapeno cheddar Cheetos and a Pepsi Zero. Yep. But Delaware still sends me toll. I paid my stupid toll, and yet they're like, you didn't pay the fee, and so they're trying to collect on it, and I'm not going to pay it. I don't ever plan on driving in Delaware anyway, but they always send me letters in the mail saying I didn't pay the fee associated. I paid the toll, but since I didn't pay like the dollar fee, they're acting like I didn't pay. I'm like, screw you guys. I'm not. And so now they're like trying to collect like $250 from me, all because I didn't pay like the dollar fee because I didn't have a cash on me. And since I didn't have cash, like, what kind of toll booth are, like, I noticed all the toll booths in that area of the country in the Northeast didn't take cards, and I don't carry cash on me. And so, like, what they made you do is mail in your toll. And so that's what I did. I mailed in all my tolls that I got on the road trip, and they're like, oh, but there's a dollar fee for mailing it in, like an extra dollar you had to pay for a mail-in fee. I didn't know about it, and so I didn't pay it, and so they're still trying to collect on it. Yep. Yeah, it was a pretty big rest stop. Does it go to warrant? I hope not, but like I said, like, how are they going to enforce it? I paid the toll. That's the thing. The toll is like $3 or something like that. I paid that. But they wanted to charge an extra dollar for mailing in the payment, which I didn't do. Yeah, sucker fees. And so they're always sending me letters in the mail saying, since you have not paid and your account is delinquent by 10 months, you now owe like the original dollar plus $250 in late fees. I'm like, no. Tulsa is like such a weird team. Like last year they played for the Conference USA title and almost won. And now they're losing to an FCS team. Yeah, no. It wasn't just Delaware, like New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, like all those states didn't take cards. Ohio did. Yeah. I don't even care if it impacts my credit. Like, my credit score is good. Don't get me wrong. It's good. But honestly, I don't care. Like, because I pay everything in cash anyway. I haven't financed anything in a... I can't remember the last time I financed anything. Let's put it that way. I know. Well, I know. One day you're going to want to buy a house. I get it. But if I pay a big enough down payment, credit score is not going to matter. Wait, Chase Bryce is the quarterback for Appalachian State? I didn't even know that. That interception was good, though, for the under. Now the live under's at 48. Yeah, I know Delaware has no sales tax. Oregon doesn't have sales tax either, so when I lived in Seattle, if I was ever making like a big purchase that was, say, like $600 or more, I'd always drive down to Oregon to buy it. Like I bought like a laptop in Portland for like $1,600, but you know I saved more on the taxes than I paid in gas to get there. And since I had to, you know, I lived in Seattle and worked in Seattle, but every now and then I'd have to work out of Portland because we had an office in Portland as well. I would just go down there whenever I was supposed to go down to Portland anyway, and they were paying for my travel anyway. So I would always make a list of like major purchases that I would save to buy in Oregon. Like I got new tires there. And that's back when I was driving an Audi TT. And so like anytime you got service on it, it was really expensive. So I'd always get my Audi serviced in Portland as well. Man, look at this. The K nearest neighbors model is 14-1 tonight. The only game it's lost is the Tennessee spread. But that's not dead. I mean, there's a chance that could flip. Yep, K nearest neighbors model. Good job. Yeah, sounds about right. There's a lot of toll plazas that I came through because I started the day in Brooklyn, then I visited my aunt and uncle in the Philadelphia area, and then I drove to Roanoke, Virginia after that but I wanted to go through West Virginia, and so I went through a lot of toll plazas. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Ohio State touchdown, and like I said, it wasn't a great throw. It wasn't a great throw, but the receiver made a good catch and was so open it didn't matter. I'm kind of worried about the under now. Yeah, I have it at 64.5, so that under's in trouble. Man, Boise State's threatening again. Yeah, that's how it's been in Texas for a while. They don't even have toll booths. They just take a picture of your license plate and mail you. I haven't heard anything. They live in New Jersey, right across the river from Philadelphia. But the thing I hate about the picture taking your picture of your license plate is someone like me who's moved a lot is that they'll send it to the wrong address. There are some roads in Texas that I've driven on that have either speed limits of either 80 or 85. Someone said their speed limit's at 90 in Texas, but I think that's in West Texas. But I have seen 80s. Yeah, this under in the Ohio State game's in trouble, guys. It's in trouble. It's in trouble. I mean, they'll get you some way. They will get you some way. I'm sure someone's tried it before, but I don't want to be that guy who tries it. I got pulled over at the airport. I was picking up my sister at the airport last week, and apparently I ran a stop sign that I didn't see. I didn't see it, but I didn't get a ticket. But the cop was like, you need to get a Texas license, and I'm like, I know, but they're all booked. Like you have to make an appointment at the DMVs, and all the ones in DFW are booked all the way through like January. And he's like, well, I understand. Just look what the closest one. So on like September 20th or something, I have to drive all the way to Stephenville, which is like an hour drive, to go to their DMV in Erath County to get a Texas license. I want a Texas license though, because I want to buy a gun. And since I have a California license, no gun dealer will sell to me. Like I tried to buy a gun and they were like, we will sell a gun to someone who has a license from any state except California. Like my license is still California, so I'm like, okay, I guess I need a Texas license then to buy a gun. Yeah, Boise's up 20-0 now. UCF's not making a good case to join the Big 12. Boise's making a good case. I would say, like, let the winner of this game join the Big 12. I want to get an FN 5.7. I know the ammo's expensive for it, but it's the gun. It's like my dream gun. That was pass interference on Tennessee. Oh yeah, he horse collared him. Did they not call the horse collar? Okay, they threw it. They threw it. I was about to say, did they not call that as pass interference? He horse collared him. Yep, the FN 57 is my dream gun, and since the Ruger 57 came out, you can get it for cheaper now. I know like I said, I know the ammo is expensive for it, but it's not like I'm going to take it to the range all the time. If you buy like 500 rounds, it's a little cheaper per round. But if it was tipped, are you still allowed to horse collar him? All right, let's see what Boise State's up to now. 81%. Final margin is 11. Yeah, this NC State unders is good to go. First official win of the night. But I think Boise State plus 5.5, I mean, I can't complain that they're up by 21. I can't. I mean, if you had Boise State on this, ooh, that's a strip sack. Strip sack touchdown. Where's Eagles 01 at? Hey, you're not dead yet, dude. Strip sack touchdown. Is Tulsa going to lose to UC Davis? Man, this under is in trouble in the Ohio State game. It is. Yeah, I have 64.5. That's the thing is, Minnesota's not really built to come back from 10 down. It reminds me of when TCU played Ohio State a few years ago. It was pretty much the same thing. We were up at halftime, and then we scored on a 93-yard touchdown run in the third quarter to go up by 8. And then after that, our quarterback turned the ball over like 3 straight possessions. One of them was a strip sack. Or no, 2 of them were strip sacks for touchdowns. And Ohio State scored on a long screen pass. Like they ran a simple screen pass that turned into a long touchdown. And then just like that, we were down. And then Sean Robinson, our quarterback for that game, was benched in the middle of the season, transferred to Missouri, played 1 game at quarterback for Missouri and got benched there, and then they turned him to a safety. If Boise's at minus 350, that's a pretty big ask for a hedge. I don't know if do you get an ROI hedging with Boise State minus 350? Naive buys. I don't use a naive buys model, but good for you. It's not a method I'm very good at. Let's put it that way. I don't use it a lot. Nothing against it. I just don't use it a lot. All right, let's see what the live projection is. Ohio State is now at minus 9.3, 88.6% win chance. Minnesota got as high as 47%, but they never got above 50. All right, there goes UCF. Maybe that'll get them going. The total is now at 67.8, so that's it's now projected to go over. Did they? Yeah. I guess they gave the interception for Tennessee. All right, now UCF starting to get some big gains. So Tulsa, are they going to lose to UC Davis? That would not a good night for the American Conference with they haven't won a game yet. UConn lost. Well, UConn's not in the American anymore. But UCF's down by 21. Tulsa might lose to UC Davis. UCF just scored. Man, Boise gave no resistance on that drive at all. Yep. So UC Davis. Ball State only won by 10. That's disappointing. I thought they were better than that. You're going to ride out UCF. That's what I would do. You have UCF money line in your parlay? I mean, I just feel like 350. You could hedge now. It's probably not 350 anymore. Let me see what the win percent chance turned to after that touchdown. Okay, they're at 33% now, UCF. Margin is 6, total 79.2. K Nearest Neighbors was the only model that got the hang on a second. No, it's the only model that got the NC State spread right, but for some reason it's grading it as a loss. I need to fix that. Why is that being graded as a loss? App State total was 59. Looks like that's going to go under. Man, why am I being graded as a loss? Plays grade. It's because the current projection is wrong. I told you guys are my beta testers tonight. I'm fixing all these bugs on my dashboard. Okay, I know why it's grading it as a loss. All right. There we go. Now it's fixed. So K Nearest Neighbors was the only one to get call the NC State cover. But the most accurate model right now is the random forest. Random forest is a ensemble machine learning method that uses a bunch of different that, for example, if you set the number of trees at like 1,000, then it comes up with 1,000 different decision trees based on random variables. So you can set a parameter when running a random forest for like how many variables you want it to use per branch. So say you have your number of variables, it'll each split at 2. So it'll take 2 random variables in the set and try to find a way to diverge the tree. And then it goes all the way down until the node terminates. And after every one of those trees, so if it does 1,000, it comes up with an individual prediction for each of the 1,000 trees, and then it averages the predictions together at the end for each individual tree. Does that make sense? I tried to explain it. But it's a pretty good metric for classification, especially because it's not really prone to overfitting because it uses what's called an out-of-bag sample when you train the model. So it trains each tree with only 70% of the data. It holds out 30% of the data when training each individual tree. I hope I'm able to explain random forest. It's actually not that hard to use a random forest model in R. It's really not. Why would anybody go to Chick-fil-A to get a grilled chicken sandwich? If I was going to get a grilled chicken sandwich, I would make it at home. I wouldn't pay extra for it. All right, during this commercial, I'm going to refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. My kitchen is such a mess. Such a mess. But my new fish tank's looking good. I had a saltwater fish tank when I lived in Kentucky, but I told myself I'm not going to do the saltwater fish tank route again until I actually live in a house. Because I put way too much time and effort into my saltwater tank only to have to move to San Diego. And I had to break it all down and sell it all off, sadly. So until I'm living somewhere where I know I'm going to stay almost for good, I'm not going to do the saltwater. So I have a freshwater fish tank in there. And I haven't put any fish in it yet, though. But I put in driftwood and plants and substrate. But yeah, my kitchen is such a mess. I just didn't have time to clean up before I came on tonight. UC Davis did it, man. Not good for the American Conference. Man. I wonder if Tulsa fans, I know there's not very many of them, but I wonder if Tulsa fans are going to be we need to get rid of Philip Montgomery. You can't lose to. I know they won their division in AAC last year. I know that. I get it. But you can't lose to UC Davis to open the season. Minnesota's on the move. All right, who does NC State play next? They have Mississippi State on the road next week. All right, the total's ticking down. This total's going to be very close. Looks like the odds makers got it right on the money. It looks like the Appalachian State game will go under, which will move me to 2-0 on unders tonight. I haven't lost a bet yet tonight. If I'm going to lose one, it's going to be the Ohio State-Minnesota under. But usually the opening Thursday nights aren't good for me. I haven't had a winning opening Thursday night since 2016, I think was the last time. But in 2012, on the opening Thursday night, I went undefeated. I won every bet. And I had like parlays and teasers and everything. All of them won. I had Vanderbilt. I had UNLV, BYU. Who else did I have that night? Rice, I think. They played UCLA and covered. So yeah, I had a lot of, all of them won. All right, what does Minnesota do here on 3rd and 10? What would you do? Oh, yeah. Another the American Conference. Tulsa loses, USF gets shut out 45-0, and UCF losing at home. Not a good night for them. Oh, that was almost an awesome catch by Bowling Green.
New card members get a dollar for dollar match at the end of their first year, only from Discover.
Bowling Green going to go for it here. I don't think Tennessee's going to cover. Yeah, I have it at 25. I have Ohio State at 10. So right at what it's at right now. I have it slightly going under. So I have a chance to go 6-0 tonight. I do. East Carolina just scored a meaningless touchdown. Here comes Bowling Green's 4th down. Nope, he was out of bounds. Talk about, see, that's bad coaching. That is bad coaching. How does number 4 for Bowling Green not know where the first down marker is? On 4th down? You got to get to the mark. And the quarterback's telling him that. And now the coach is telling him that. Like, you got to get to the first down marker. Like, what are you doing? That's just bad awareness. Ooh, what a catch by the Boise State receiver. See, that catch is a lot harder to make than, I mean, it looks hard. But that's why I have so much respect for these receivers. I don't know how he came down with that ball. Yeah. So they ran a buck sweep on 3rd and 10. Minnesota runs a buck sweep on 3rd. I know it was 4-down territory. I get it. It was 4-down territory, but still, I don't know if I'd run a buck sweep. This is a big field goal right here. Bad snap, but that was a bad hold, but the kicker, was able to still split the uprights. Not bad. That was a nice kick. Oh, UCF just gave up a 3rd and 11. Are they going to spot him short? No, they gave him the first down. I don't know if Boise State scores a touchdown here. Utah's only up by 9. I do not see why Utah's in the top 25. I don't. I know they're a good defensive team, but offensively, way too many question marks. They're only up by 9 against Weber State. All right. Officially won 2 more bets. Got the Appalachian State spread and got the under in that game as well. So I'm 3-0 officially on the night. I'm tracking to go 5-1, but that Ohio State Minnesota total can go either way, to be honest with you. I have it at 64.9. It's like barely going over right now. What does DraftKings have it at? They have it at 65.5, so. Yeah, I know Weber State's a pretty good FCS. Why is Tennessee throwing heaves into the end zone? The gambling's going good tonight. I could very well go 6-0 tonight. I can. The higher my model number, does that mean higher probability? What do you mean by model number? I need to know what you mean by model number. Yeah, Washington, I was talking about them on my stream the other night, but they have a favorable schedule. They do. If they win at Michigan, they should be favored the rest of the way. All right. Tennessee. I don't think they're going to cover. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, I just don't know what you mean by model number. Oh, model edge values. I mean, it's implied probability, but it's not absolute. It doesn't always work out that way. Like if you saw the week 0 game between UTEP and New Mexico State, I had the over with a lot of model edge values, and it didn't come close, but that's how it's supposed to work, but we'll see. What are my thoughts on Oregon this year? I still don't think Mario Cristobal is that good of a coach. But the way I think they'll lose Ohio State next week. But I have them going. If you just pick binary, I have them going 11-1. But if you use the weighted average, I have them winning about 9.5 games. They have a tough road game at Washington. And UCLA could be a tough road game, but if they don't win at least 10, that'll be a disappointing season for Oregon. Man, this total is going to come down to. Man, I have hiccups. This total is going to come down to the wire. It's like, at what point does Ohio State start playing clock? At what point do they start playing clock? They got to get a first down here to be able to play clock. If they can get a first down here, I think that the under, like a easy first down. Man, that Boise State player. Couldn't hang on to that ball. If I don't finish 6-0, you get a week absolutely free. That's what I like about these touts. Man, I could not afford a touchdown there for the under. I could afford a first down, but man, that touchdown is a backbreaker for the under. Ooh. I needed them to run clock. I couldn't afford that. But hey, where are you at, Eagles 01? Back, I was saying, I like how touts are like, if I don't go undefeated, I'm going to give you a week of my plays absolutely free, as if their plays have any value at all. Man, I could not afford that for the under. Could not afford that. And that game just went over. So the dream of a 6-0 night is dead. No, I don't have. I just had the under. Yeah. Man, it was fun while it lasted. The 6-0 dream was fun while it lasted. Wait, is it 38-24? The TV said 41-24. No, it's 38-24. I was about to say. I mean, it's still probably going to go over, but there's a chance that there could be no points scored in the last 10 minutes. The most accurate model is the random forest followed by K nearest neighbors. All right, Boise State just kicked a field goal. I now have them at 76%. Yeah, most accurate model so far. The thing is, the random forest, I want to say it was also one of the best ones in week 0. I mean, in week 0 is the second best, so looks like the random forest so far is getting it done. It hasn't missed on a money line pick tonight, although, to be fair, picking those big favorites don't really count. Appreciate it, David Yee. Shakeout guess. What does that mean? Yeah, Eagles 0-1. I was telling you, your Ohio State bet isn't dead yet. Did you get him at 13.5? Yes, we can make fun of touts. Of course we can. That's the whole point. Like everything I show on my channel, I give out for absolutely free. Can you imagine touts giving out machine learning model outputs? They would never give that out for free. They'd be like, oh, machine learning, I'm going to charge you thousands of dollars. There's no reason to buy, there's no need to pay for a tout when you have me. I put, which one do I think will end up best at the end? Well, the thing is, the K nearest neighbors has a track record. Like my approach that has profited me in college football the last 4 seasons has been the K nearest neighbors model. That is what I have primarily used. So that has a throne. But I still think the support vector machine, I want to, that one did the best in the tuning and back testing phase. Yep, so that's how I see it. K nearest neighbors has the crown right now, but I think support vector machine will make a good challenge. What has support vector machine missed on tonight? It missed on the South Florida game. It's currently missing on Ohio State. It's got 4 or 5 totals correct. And it looks like it's going to nail the Boise State money line. Yeah, I mean, the models are doing pretty good. Yeah, Ohio State's defense was always going to be a liability coming into the year. Exactly, I agree, Coxavelli. Why I even if a tout was good, I don't see the appeal of paying for them because, like, I agree. The fun for me is like seeing if all these, like, all this time I spend coming up with these approaches is, you know, pays off or not. That's the fun in me. I like, you know, seeing if my approaches work. Right? Yeah. What fun is it to just follow some random dude who, if he wasn't a tout, would probably be flipping burgers at McDonald's? Duke tomorrow night against Charlotte. I don't know. Charlotte's one of those up-and-coming teams. I mean, I don't know about up-and-coming, but they're getting better as a program. Duke. I have Duke. The only metric that has Duke covering is the gradient boost, which is, I think, the worst performer tonight. Yeah. All 5 of 6 metrics have Charlotte covering the 6.5. 5 of the 6 metrics have it going over, which I expect with the styles of the two teams. So I would not take Duke. All right, big third down conversion for Minnesota. But the thing is, they need a touchdown here. It's 4-down territory. Yeah. North Carolina, Virginia Tech tomorrow. I'm interested to see that one. Samsung Galaxy Bud commercial and Z Flip commercial. That's what I got. And I got the Galaxy Buds too. I got the purple color though. I don't go to Arby's. Lily from AT&T. She's getting old. Like, I mean, you know, when I say she's getting old, I mean, I remember when she first started doing those commercials like 8 years ago. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this phone is the battery doesn't last as long. No, I'm not going to do bird feeder cam. Never again. Never again. After those dumb trolls from last time, yeah. Those dumb trolls. I don't know who those trolls were or who they were affiliated with. I think they might have been affiliated with some of the touts we were making fun of in the weeks leading up to that. I think the touts got tired of me, and so they tried to, you know, they did what they did. I think touts were tired of the anti-tout messaging I was pushing and decided to try to attack back. And, you know, I got to admit, they were somewhat successful. I don't know if anyone actually flew in, though. I don't know if any of that was real. That's the thing. No, like, I don't know if anyone actually flew in or if it was just people using, like, Google Voice numbers. But, yeah, I remember that one night I was getting... I got, like, 50 text messages of people saying, "Hey, I'm here. Can you pick me up from the airport?" And apparently they really did send a package. I never opened it though, because the apartment complex that was next door to mine in Las Vegas called me saying they had a package with my name on it. But yeah, I will never do that again. They took what should have been a good concept and ruined it. Made me look like an idiot. They made me look like an idiot. Yeah, that's why I didn't open it. That's why I told the apartment complex next door to just throw it away. I didn't even go get it. What the trolls said it was, is they said it was like broadcasting equipment and like t-shirts and stuff like that. Yep, or it could have been like part of a scam. Like there's like some scam where they send you a package and have you sign for it and then you're like liable for it. So if it's like stolen merchandise and you take chain of custody, then you'll be the one prosecuted. Corey Johnson, a bunch of trolls saying they were affiliated with Barstool Sports came in and said they wanted to sign me onto like Barstool. And so they wanted me to do like a trial period. I mean, my Twitter keeps getting banned by Twitter, even though I haven't used it in like almost a year. They ban it anyway. But yeah, Corey Johnson. So I got emails from people saying they represented Barstool Sports and they wanted to bring me on to like Barstool as a content contributor. And you know, I this is partially my fault that I didn't do a little bit more vetting of these people, but I thought they were for real, and so I was like, okay. So they had me do all this stuff. They're like, we're gonna like push you, and we're gonna like advertise you, and we're gonna see how you do, and if all goes well, then we'll like bring you on full time. And I'm like, okay. But I don't think any of it was real. I think it was one giant, massive, elaborate troll job. But they had people actually call me. Like, they actually had people call me saying, this is what we're going to do, blah, blah, blah. We're going to have for example, they said, we're going to have like a teleconference on Wednesday night. And so they give me the number to call into, but they didn't give me the passcode. So I like call it, but I couldn't get the passcode. And then they never gave me one. And then after it was supposed to happen, they like said, here's what went down in this teleconference. And they said they were going to fly all these people to Las Vegas to like come to my apartment and like do the bird feeder cam with me. Like, but, you know, every time I asked for like something in writing, you know, because they were trying to get me to like sign over like stuff. And I was like, give me stuff in writing, you know. But they never did. And I never actually got to meet these people face to face. It was either all done over text message or it was done. There's one guy I talked to the whole time. And then like some guy who said he lived in San Jose like started texting me saying he was my new producer. Like, it was just, none of it passed a smell test to me. And finally I just like on stream like I'm doing right now, I just told them all to go to hell and like I'm done with you guys. And I ignored them. I've ignored them ever since. I have not entertained any of their text messages or phone calls. They still try every now and then to reach out, you know, and keep the scam going. But yeah, they said Rick Pitino and Doug Gottlieb were coming. Or no, Doug Gottlieb was supposed to come over, but they said I was supposed to go to like the Harrah's or something like that and be on with Rick Pitino or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, my under is dead. Like, yeah, our Hill, I didn't do anything. I don't know why they banned my Twitter account because I never used it, first of all. Yeah, I have no idea why it's banned. But yeah, they said they were like sending broadcast equipment to my house, and they're gonna like send over people like equipment to transform my studio and like give me equipment so I could bring on guests, and they like brought in trolls into the chat. Like one of them was named like Kelly Parkins, and one of them was named like Adam something. But they brought trolls into the chat who said that more people were viewing my channel than were actually viewing it. Yeah. They just made me look like an idiot. Like they had me, the biggest thing that made me mad is they had me make like teaser videos, like teasing a huge announcement and saying like my brand is going national and stuff like that. So they had me make like 3 teaser videos, which I did. Like I said, I should have done a better job vetting these people. Because the first warning sign should have been that all their email addresses were like Gmail accounts and not like official email addresses. Yeah, what do they text me now? They just like send me text message. Like I haven't gotten one in a couple months, but it was just like, I don't even remember, man. Like, hey, this person is using your bird feeder cam concept and logo and everything, and I just ignore them. Yeah, this under is just, it already died, but man. There you go, Eagles 01. This was the offense I was expecting from Ohio State. Yeah, the gambling content from Barstool sucks. I mean, unders. I went 3-1 on unders tonight. I'm not going to complain. I mean, I went 5-1 tonight, assuming Boise State hangs on to cover. I will take that, especially considering usually my opening Thursday nights on college football is usually losers. What was it? 2019, I went 1-5. Oh yeah, Stu Finer's an idiot. Honestly, I think those trolls that pretended they were with Barstool, I think they might have been affiliated with Stu Finer, because a week or two before the bird feeder cam, on this stream, I remember I was like, during college basketball streaming, we were like calling up touts and leaving voice messages saying like, you guys suck. And so maybe they like got the voice message and retaliated. Maybe that was their way of getting back. But yeah, the guy who like kept texting me saying he was my new producer, he got really mad at me. Assuming he was even real. But he sent like a really nasty text message to me after I like told them all to go to hell. I don't know if anyone actually buys his picks, because we were doing this during college basketball season last year. We went to his website and we're like looking at his picks, and they're so expensive. Yeah, that's been my theory, Eagles 01. I think it was like people affiliated with a group of touts or a tout that were trying to get back at, and they used a bunch of Google Voice numbers. He just said like, I'm a nobody and I'm unemployed and will never amount to anything, and how I made them all look bad and how they were just trying to help me out and how I wasn't grateful, stuff like that. But you know, those people jerked me around for way too long, and I regret nothing. But I was out of work at the time because I chose to be, not because I couldn't find a job. I mean, I got a severance package for my previous job larger than what most people make in a year, so it's not like I was out of money. Yeah, I doubt I think touts are very I don't think they sell a lot of packages. I think they live or die based on the one or two people who do buy them. Yeah. Honestly, with the severance package I got from my last job and the amount of savings I have in the bank, I could have taken 2 or 3 years off from work and been fine. But that's not me. I like to work. I like to make money and invest it, and they have a lot of time. Yeah. During March Madness, these people were in the chat, all these people that were pretending to be, friendly, and one of them was named Mark Domus. The other one was named Kelly Parkins, and then Adam something. Tommy Hightops. Yeah, the job I had in San Diego was the old job. The severance package I got from them was more than what most people make in a year. Right? Yeah. They text you the picks personally. All right, let's see what UCF's new win percentage is. Ohio State's at 98.8%. UCF's now up to 37.9%. Margin is only 4.2. But yeah, I will never do a bird feeder cam ever again after that. It was a neat concept, but those people just totally ruined. I would never want to do something like that ever again because of those trolls. Yeah, I just don't know if Minnesota in desperation mode will be able to score another touchdown. But I have it at 13.3. Now it's at 12.8. Yeah, Coxavelli, I don't do primary research and political research anymore. Not in my new job. I kind of miss it too. That's the one thing I miss from my old job is the primary research and the political research. For March Madness, yeah, I'll probably be in Las Vegas for March Madness this upcoming season. That's a good question, Jay Boak. They've had a lot of big plays. It seems like it's been feast or famine for them. But yeah, there's some fake polls out there right now. Like there is a poll by the AP showing that 60% of Americans support vaccine mandates. And I'm like, so the AP cannot poll elections accurately. If you look at their track record over the last few elections, they are one of the worst. The Associated Press, they are a terrible pollster. So why should we have to believe anything they say about anything else they poll on when they can't poll an election accurately? I'm a consultant, so I work for a consulting firm. I'm not going to say who, though. If you go to my LinkedIn, I don't even say who it is on my LinkedIn because I've been doxxed before. I had people call my old job multiple times. Multiple times I had people call my previous job angry about something I said on Reddit or something I said on my live stream. And so I'm like, I'm not giving people the avenue. So the only people who know who I work for are the people I work for and I guess my immediate family. But yeah, I'm a consultant for a consulting firm. Oh, Trump is going to run in 2024. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Well, yeah, polling is tough, and this is the issue I ran into. So really the people you get on the phone who are willing to take a poll are eager, very eager white Democrats who are dying to tell you their opinions. Those are the people who answer the phone to participate in polls. That's how it is. White Democrats who will talk your ear off. And I feel like this is why polling has been so bad over the past 8 years or so, as someone who's done it myself. What do I consult about? I'm a data science consultant. No, Trump is going to run in 2024 and DeSantis will not. They run under the same banner and they're not going to compete against each other. But yeah, polling is so hard. Like, you had polls that had Biden winning Ohio. Trump won that state by 10. You had polls with Biden winning Florida by 6 and Trump won that state by 6. Like, why are these polling outfits still in business? You can't miss that big and still be in business. I know this isn't a political live stream, but I'm just saying. Polling is I used to do it. It's tough. It's tough to get a representative sample. But I feel like the reason they don't get representative samples is because they start with the end result in mind and work backwards. That's how polling works. I've done it, guys. I've commissioned polls before. They pay us up front to manufacture a narrative. Like Amar Campa-Najjar in the California's 50th district paid us to produce a poll showing him within the margin of error. So he paid us to give them a poll with a certain predetermined result. So they paid us not to commission an accurate poll to get an accurate view of the political landscape, but they paid us basically to use our credibility. That's what they were buying. Because if they said, hey, we're in the margin of error, then people would be like, according to who? And then they can point, according to KGTV. There you go. So, yeah, that's the problem with polling is that, they have the desired result and then work backwards. Anyway. Yeah, Tennessee. They're going for the cover, guys. Or are they going to run the clock out? Do I think Trump will win in 2024? I believe, I don't want to say anything that will get me banned or shut down. I don't want to say anything that will get me banned or shut down. But without state and local election, how do I phrase this? Without state and local election officials being able to suspend a lot of election security measures because of COVID, like, for example, we can't have poll watchers because of COVID. It's unsafe, so we're not going to have poll watching. We can't do signature verification because of COVID. They use COVID as a catch-all excuse to get rid of a lot of election security measures, like signature matching, poll watchers. They use COVID as an excuse to mass mail out ballots to everybody in certain states. So, if election officials can't do that in 2024, then yes, I think Trump would win. He got the most votes of all time ever among a sitting president. And I just don't think Joe Biden or Kamala Harris have a base. They don't have a base. The people who did vote for that ticket did it not because they're enthusiastic to vote for that ticket. Will I do NBA when it starts? No. College basketball is my thing. I've always wanted to do an NBA model for daily fantasy, not for betting, but for daily fantasy. So stay tuned on that. If I do, it'll be daily fantasy. Will Michelle Obama ever run? No. Too many things she wouldn't want getting out public. Okay, Bowling Green got the ball back, so it looks like Tennessee won't cover. Yeah, I think voting should be done. I don't know about a crypto ledger. I just think we need to go back to paper ballots. There needs to be a paper trail, first of all. And I believe election day should be election day. The problem I have with early voting is, say you vote like a month before the election, that's so much can happen in that last month. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Peter Lee. Yeah, Coxavelli's right. A lot of the relaxed security measures for election security were pushed forward by Republicans. You're absolutely right. The question is, was it intentional? Did they know what they were doing, or did they just think they were doing it, thought they were doing the right thing? That's the debate. Yeah. Well, the issue with drop boxes and mail voting is that the reason the precinct system exists for elections is that it decentralizes it. So if you cheat at one precinct, like, it's only going to be localized to that one precinct, right? So in order to pull off cheating in a massive scale in an election, you have to have a control over a lot of precincts. But with drop boxes, all the ballots were brought to a central location. So if you had one or two, corrupt ballot openers and counters at the central ballot processing location, they could affect a lot of votes. That's the issue I have with taking all these mail-in ballots and bringing them to one central location, is that it opens the door for like a dirty, corrupted ballot counter to affect a lot more than what could be affected at the precinct level. Do I think Newsom will be recalled? That's a great question. I've been paying attention to a lot of the polls of people I trust in California, and I would probably give it a 1 in 4 chance at this point, but there is a chance. It can happen. Ignore the people who say it can't happen. Now, I'm not saying it will happen, but I would say there's about a 25% chance. Do I think Central Florida can come back in the second half? Yes. I give them about a 36% chance to do that right now. Was the last election legit? No comment. Well, the thing with the California recall is that a lot of the people who are voting, the motivated voters, like enthusiasm is usually a good bellwether, and the enthusiastic voters are definitely the recall voters. That's the enthusiasm. If you look at the ballot returns, then the demographics of the ballot returns do favor Newsom not being recalled, but you got to remember that Republicans do not trust mail-in balloting. They don't. So I would not look at ballot returns as the end-all be-all. Republicans are more likely actually to go vote in person. Yeah, I don't think the recall is 50-50. I would say it's probably a quarter. Yeah, where are you, Eagles 01? You won your bet. Good job. Yeah, I could honestly have I thought about it. I remember I had a live stream after the election, because remember I had a political betting live stream last November, and then I had a post-election one, and I thought about spinning off a separate channel to talk about political betting and everything because of my background in that field, but I never did it because I would be banned. I would be banned. But yeah, I agree. It's not the subject. It's not the subject. Yeah, I don't want to be shut down by YouTube. Let's put it that way. If Boise State can hang on and cover, I will finish the night 5-1 on the night. And overall, it's been a good night. The only model that's not up is the gradient boost. Everything else is up. The best one is random forest. It's at 12-2. Plus 6.83 units. Yeah, having pulled the state of California so much in my career, I don't think people understand how proud people in California are that the state is Democrat and that it is a blue state. They are very proud of that, and they want to keep it that way, right? So then you're like, well, then how could Newsom possibly be recalled? Well, because the people may be proud that it's a Democrat state, but a lot of the people who vote Democrat still want good Democrats in office. And a lot of them are turned off by his, he's putting all these rules in place in terms of COVID and doesn't follow them himself. That rubs a lot of people the wrong way, even Democrats, right? The problem is that a lot of Democrats might want to recall Newsom, but they did not field a substitute candidate should he be recalled. So if Gavin Newsom gets recalled, then Larry Elder is going to be your governor of California. Because that's how the recall election works. First, you vote yes or no to recall, and then if yes, you vote who are you going to replace him with. The problem is that the Democrats did not field a candidate for that second round. So they are all in on no. So you could have a lot of Democrats who are like, yes, I want to recall him, but then no, I don't want any of these. That's the problem. So oh man, when I lived in California, people are passing around that recall Gavin Newsom ballot petition everywhere I went. You couldn't go anywhere without someone giving you the petition. So I'm not surprised that it got this far. Are these models written primarily in R? Yes. My baseball model is written in Python, but my college football and basketball are written in R. Yeah, Peter Lee. A lot of people were talking about that earlier. The weather. I had it going over. I mean, yeah. I remember I used to go to church on Saturdays when I lived in Las Vegas. So every time I drive to my church, I would listen to Larry Elder on the radio because he'd be on the radio on Saturday afternoons at like 4. He was all right. I mean, I wouldn't. He's not like, No, I mean, Corey Johnson, it's something I did for 10 years. Primary research and political research. I did it for like 10 years. So it's a subject I like to talk about, especially filling dead time right now with the Boise State game at halftime, which is fine. But if I was to, I just don't want to get shut down either. I don't think I'd get shut down. But there have been things I have said on my live streams in the past that have called people to call my employer and complain. Let's put it that way. Can I run a Monte Carlo model for football? It would be tough. I've thought about how to do it. And it depends on what level of granularity you'd want to go. You could do it at the drive level. Like you could calculate the percentage chance of like based on starting field position if there was a touchdown, a field goal, a turnover, a punt, like all that stuff. At the play-by-play level, it would be hard. There's just so many factors at play. Like, is it a run? Is it a pass? Like, yeah. It would be tough. Let's put it that way. I would not attempt to do it. I got suspended for a week at my last job because some people went back into my Reddit posting history all the way back to 2018 and found a couple comments I made. And emailed my employer. And so my employer says, hey, is this your Reddit account? Did you post these things? And I was like, no comment. But then I said, the things that you are showing me, though, are not bad. They were not bad, guys. They were not bad posts. They are pretty much posts supporting a certain political candidate. They are very tame. It's not like I was calling people names or slinging mud. It was like, basically, I believe this candidate is better. That's pretty much what it was. But apparently, so my employer was like, we're going to suspend you so we can do an independent review. And I'm like, this is stupid. Like, why? I told him, I was like, if this was in support of the opposite candidate, you probably wouldn't be suspending me right now. And they're like, well, we need to suspend you to do a review. And so they did, and then they did a review. A week later, like, we found no wrongdoing. I'm like, duh, none of that was bad. And they're like, well, I was like, so why was I suspended? Like, well, we need to make sure, we need to teach you a lesson to, be careful about what you post online. And I'm like, well, I have nothing to I have nothing to hide. Like, nothing I posted was bad. But anyway, that was the first time. I mean, I'm afraid to say what the posts were about because I just started a new job, and in case any one of my new coworkers are watching this, I don't want to, open up that can of worms. But it was on a level of 1 to 10, like 1 being very tame and 10 being like mudslinging, name calling, swear words. It was a 1. Yeah, Steel City Baller has it right. A possession-based Monte Carlo. I've done a Monte Carlo for football on the drive possession level, like Steel City Baller. But if you're doing it at the play-by-play level, it becomes a lot more complex. I'm sure it can be done if you really wanted to. But I just don't see the need. Yeah, I was suspended with pay. It wasn't without pay. Yeah, no, they're very. Eagles 01. It was at that point where I realized, you know what, I'm going to ride out the rest of my contract. The thing is, I was under contract, but when I got suspended, I was like, I'm going to ride out the rest of my contract and leave this company. Yep. Basically, what the old Reddit posts that they sent to my employer were about was, it was about a certain Supreme Court nominee. I'm going to put it at that. I'll let you guys put 2 and 2 together. Right? They said they were teaching me a lesson about like posting identifying information online. Like they're like, it's bad that people are able to find out who you were in real life and reach us in the first place. And I'm like, that's because my Reddit account, I talk about my YouTube channel. That's how, but I have nothing to hide. But basically, I made a post on Reddit either supporting or opposing a Supreme Court nominee. And they had a problem with my support or opposition to the Supreme Court nominee. And they believe because I supported or opposed the Supreme Court nominee, then therefore I was, a supporter of, anyway. I ran a half marathon this past Saturday. I remember when I couldn't even run a 5K. Now, like, a 5K is so easy. Yeah, I mean, you guys should all know who I'm talking about, but... Ooh, what a catch by UCF. Did anyone see that? Someone asked me if they could, oh yeah, that was very strange. I navigated it well, but that was the, when that happened, I was like, I'm not staying with this company. If they're not going to go to bat for me on this issue, then screw them. And so when they offered me an early buyout of my contract, I took it without hesitation. Man, did anyone see that catch by the UCF receiver? All right, UCF is now at 34.2%. Yeah, I mean UCF they were moving the ball well. They just shot themselves in the foot a couple times. As long as wait, Eagles 0-1. What state do you live in? Philadelphia, I'm guessing, or Pennsylvania, I'm guessing. There are no mask mandates here in Texas. The only time I've worn a mask in the past 6 months was on the airplane when I flew back to Las Vegas to get my stuff and put it in a moving truck. It's the only time. It looks like UCF is a touchdown. Boise State's defense hasn't really been that great. They got lucky with that interception. Connecticut, yeah. I have a lot of family in Connecticut. Yeah, I think Boise State, they've been on the field too much. That's their problem. Like, I feel like they're going to run out of gas. Yeah, that was really close. Yeah, I think I have North Carolina for tomorrow. So Virginia Tech's head coach was my offensive coordinator at TCU. He was a nice guy off the field, but on the field he was a dick. He didn't like me he liked me, if I ran into him like in the hallways or like at a hotel when we were on the road for a bowl game or whatever. He was nice to me, but he was never nice to me outside of that. Coach Fuente. All right, tomorrow. Let's see. So tomorrow I have North Carolina, Charlotte, Old Dominion, but I don't like that Old Dominion play. I don't. And then I have what else do I have? So yeah, it looks like it's just those three. Charlotte, Old Dominion, North Carolina. Tomorrow. But the thing is, did Billy Walters use models, or did he win because he had so many runners? That's my question. I don't know if Billy Walters used models. Did he? Yeah. Let me see what I have it at. I have their win probability at 62%. %. Are they running a running clock in the second half here? Yeah, I did not plan to stay up this late. Do I watch hockey? Yeah, I'm a big Stars fan. The win percentage is going to change once the possession arrow changes to Boise State, though. It'll probably drop. Yeah, pregame I had UCF minus 1.9 and 68.3. Uh-oh. Boise State not off to a good start. Fumbling a snap. Man, Boise State's falling apart. Michigan State, Northwestern, I don't have a play on it. So all my models favor Northwestern. And then split on the total, and then Northwestern money line. I might actually be on Northwestern. Or am I? I'm on the money line for Northwestern. Yeah, money line. I'm surprised I'm not on them on the spread. Yeah, Boise State looks inept right now. Okay, it's at 50-50. Yeah, the win percentage is at 50-50. Once the possession arrow changed, it dropped. Yeah, the possession arrow is one of the inputs of my live projection model, so if it was on the wrong one. Boise is falling apart as we speak. I'm hoping they do like not a running clock, but I'm hoping they keep like TV timeouts to a minimum and stuff because I use a local in his website. Yeah. Steel City Baller, that's how I did it in college basketball this past season, but I wanted to be a bit more robust. One thing you might want to try inputting into your model, Steel City Baller, is a pregame win projection. But you would need to like do a regression to do that. Yeah, I do factor in expected points based on field position as well. That's part of it. So I don't do the input of my live projection models don't use pure margin, but it uses the margin and then the expected points based on field possession for the team on offense. And it also adjusts that figure for the opposing defense as well. So for example, if UCF is expected to score 2.5 points based on the down distance and yards to go, and Boise State's drive efficiency is minus 0.5. That would revert it back to 2. Yep. Yeah. Good idea. Like, here's my R. So I could show you summary in-game model W list. So for my live win projections, the M-score PPA stands for margin plus PPA, which is expected points of the drive. Pre-game probability is pre-game win probability. Is home is a binary yes or no if they're a home team, and then is offense yes or no if they have the possession. Those are the 4 inputs into the model for when my in-game projections. Eagles 0-1. It's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of patience. But if you like numbers, man, Boise State is falling apart. K-nearest neighbors, only because I've been using it the longest, has been my most successful method. Like I said, Boise State's been on the field too long. Their defense is going to run out of gas. All right, big third down here. All right, let's see what the so UCF has a 55.8 win percent chance. Let's see what it changes to after this play. Oh, he's got a sack. So it went from 55.8. I need the what's the easiest job out there where you can make over 100K a year? That's a good question. Easiest job where you can make over 100K per year. I mean, I'm not saying the job I've made over 100K a year for a while. I'm not saying the jobs I've had where I've made over 100K are easy, but it's not like they're like, oh my God, this is so hard. All right, that sack changed the win percentage from 55 to 46% for UCF. And once the possession changes, that 46% will drop more. But yeah, that was a big sack. Okay, now that the possession has changed, let's see what it is now. Okay, 46.9%. The margin is 2.1. The live total is now 66. So it looks like it might go under now. Projected final score is 34 to 32. Yep, so Steel City Baller, you and me are now at the same. I have 46.9%. So it looks like we're starting to merge here. We are on the same page. Let's see, I wonder what DraftKings has it at. DraftKings. Did they take the Boise State game off the board? Okay, there it is. DraftKings has it at plus 115, minus 145. So minus 145 is so it looks like they have UCF still favored. Yep, I have them as 2-point favorites. Yeah, DraftKings has, yeah. If I had a DraftKings account, I would be betting Boise State live right now. They have it at plus 3.5, plus 115. Eastern Washington is up on UNLV. Who's playing quarterback for UNLV tonight? Is it Justin Rogers? I don't think it is, but it's definitely not Tate Martell. Seems like UNLV is always losing these FCS games. They don't even have a box score for it. So I don't know who is playing quarterback for UNLV. Yeah, they were favored. But still, it's like UNLV just sucks at making coaching hires. That's their problem. The Louisville Boise State Liberty Bowl. I remember that game. 48-44 is the final, I think. I have Northwestern covering and the game going over, I think. Let me double check that for you. Yeah, all my model metrics have Northwestern covering the 2.5 and They're split on the total. So Northwestern money line and spread. I don't think Randy Edsall's a bad coach. I just think that they have UConn is like just not a football program that is built to succeed at the Division I level. They need to drop down to FCS. So Utah didn't cover. What was the final? 40-17? What was the line before the game? Was it 24? Betting tips 100. It was favoring the under, but I went back and looked at it, and that's how it should have been. Like, I feel like these totals that the books are giving out are too high. So I was saying before the game, there's no reason at all the total in the NC State game should have been 59.5. None. That was way too high. Uh-oh. This is the first bug in what, like an hour? Why is the Kansas game showing up? Oh, why is this happening? Why am I all of a sudden getting a bug now? Northwestern. It has NU for some reason instead of NW. That's why. ESPN changes the abbreviation on the APIs sometimes. Yeah, I think it's because it hit midnight Eastern, but no, they changed the name of Northwestern's abbreviation from NW to NU, so that screwed up my my API pull. Yeah, I remember when they made the Fiesta Bowl. I do. Yeah, UConn would get beaten by a lot of SCS teams. But some programs just aren't built, like UMass and UConn, they're just not intended to be they're not intended to be FBS teams. Yeah, that was the first error I had gotten in like 2 hours. The thing is, like, people in the Northeast just don't care about college football. And I know when I lived in Seattle, so I lived in Seattle the year University of Washington made the playoff. And I worked with a lot of University of Washington graduates, and it seemed like nobody cared. So they cared a lot about the Seahawks. But when it came to University of Washington football, it seemed like nobody cared. It felt like there was more support for Washington State football. Like, I worked with an even split of Washington State and UW grads. And it seemed like there was like an even split. Man, I was not planning on staying up this late, but a stupid weather delay, and we got a close game. Yeah, it seems like sports like lacrosse and field hockey are a lot more popular in the Northeast. Yeah, I had a lot of family that grew up in the Northeast, and they all played hockey, and my female cousins played softball and field hockey. And my male cousins played ice hockey. And baseball. And lacrosse. Yep, I usually go to bed pretty early because I get up early to work out. A CFL model? No. For me to make a model, I'd have to be interested in the sport, first of all, because you got to have a lot of patience. You know, you got to enjoy the process, and I just wouldn't enjoy the process for CFL because I don't, you know, the sport doesn't interest me. So Utah is minus 29. All right. Boise State offense just can't stay on the field. That's their problem. Yeah, appreciate you coming back, Coxavelli. I will be back on Saturday. Yeah, Utah. I would never take Utah against FCS schools because it seems like they never cover those games. Because they always open the season on a Thursday night against an FCS school, and it seems like they never cover. Is there an actual chance the Bills go to Austin? No. Jerry Jones would never allow it. The NFL is too streamlined. I think the markets are too efficient. There's not a lot of profitable angles. And all the teams are pretty much the same. So, like, in terms of, like, style and personnel and everything. It's very hard to find angles in the NFL that you can beat. The best time to hedge, if you're going to hedge, the best time to hedge is now. And then the second best time to hedge is a second from now. That's how I always say. If you're going to hedge, just do it. Because the longer you wait, the more the ship will sail. I'm not saying that you won't benefit by not hedging or waiting. It could go either way, but if you're going to hedge, then you need to, like, if you feel like it's a good time, then always take it. What time do I work tomorrow? I only have a half day tomorrow. But I'm not going to stream tomorrow. There's only like 4 games, and I'm going to stream on Saturday, and so oh man, they don't need to do TV timeouts and all these stops and play and everything. Yeah, appreciate it, Corey Johnson. I'll be back on Saturday. Probably right at the opening kickoff for the games on Saturday. Man, my kitchen is such a mess. I'm probably just gonna clean it tomorrow morning. I made, there's like, pots and pans full of stuff. And I'm not going to eat anything tomorrow. I will fast all day tomorrow. Oh, man, I was not expecting to stay up this late. Do I think markets are starting to catch up to Alabama first half? Yes. I do. 2nd and 15. Looks like he's going to get a first down and more. Boise State's defense just not good tonight. Any teams I refuse to bet on, even if your model says to bet on them, I might veto teams like New Mexico State, UConn, and Old Dominion that did not play games last year. Because those teams are going to be even worse than what you're projecting them to be. So outside of that, no. I won't ever bet against TCU. I'll never do that. Bowser. Did he get the first down there? It's going to be close. First and 10, so they gave it to him. All right. Like, that's the Boise State's defense is been on the field too much. You play slots. Hey, that's your decision. Even though there's no mathematical way to beat slots, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. Man, -3 rushing yards. And, yep, UCF just took the lead. Boise State's melting down. Woo. It's going to be close. The problem is that, like, Boise State's only scored. Their offense hasn't done anything. That's a problem. Let's see what we're at now. Can Boise State even cover? That's a question. All right, it's now UCF's at 80%. It'll drop once the possession arrow moves, but not good developments. And I thought we were good when we were up 21-0. Someone use a light wand to cheat slots. That's crazy. All right. Once the possession arrow moves, I will have a more accurate win probability. I'm going to guess 75%. Jeez, Boise State, they can't establish anything on the ground, and their quarterback's not accurate enough. Second and 10. And their quarterback's not accurate at all. So win percentage is at 71% for UCF. I just know Boise State fans were saying that their new coach was like a defensive genius, and I'm not seeing it, guys. I'm not. One for 4 for -3 yards. Nice. Big third down here, and they run it, and it goes nowhere. Like, who is calling these plays on offense? This is just sad. End of the third quarter. It's at 75% win probability. Yeah, we play Duquesne on Saturday. I'm not even going to watch it, probably. I don't, body bag games, I understand why Coach Patterson likes them because they're a good opener to, start off the season, kind of like a scrimmage almost. But as a player, I didn't mind them because I knew I was probably going to play in those games. But as a fan, I don't care at all about the body bag games. UNLV's down by 14 now. And they're playing at Allegiant Stadium, right? Sad. right. Why are they still doing these long timeouts? I thought they usually cut the TV timeout short after a rain delay. I guess not. My favorite game day food? Well, I made like wings and cheese fries before these games today. On Saturday, I'm probably going to make chili dogs. And I still have leftover cheese sauce. So I'll probably make cheese and use that for the fries and for the chili dogs. Yeah, it's crazy how UNLV just never makes good hires and they can never figure it out. The chicken sandwiches, I made a video back in 2019. I remember that. Yeah, ESPN came back from timeout a little bit late. Did they just snap the ball over the punter's head? Jeez. Yeah. What is SAP certified? I don't think so. And Boise State's just melting down. Yep, snap the ball over the punter's head. No, it's all good, Grub Warp. We're having a good night, but we're either gonna go 5-1 or 4-2, but it's looking more like 4-2 now. They couldn't come back from a commercial break in time to. I don't like doing futures because I don't like tying up my money for that long. And it takes a lot of effort to model futures properly. And I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. Yeah, I wonder what I have him at now. I had him at 82.8% before the safety. Yeah, it looks like they're going to run this kick back pretty far. Okay, now they're at 90% win probability, and 8.5 is the margin. We're falling apart. Disappointing after the early 5.5, after the early 21-0 lead. Like I said before this game started, people are talking about Boise State for Big 12 expansion. I'm like, the bloom is off their rose. They haven't had a great season, since 2014. They stagnated under Brian Harsin. And I never bought into this new coach they hired, and he's not having a good first game. He hasn't done much to change my opinion on it. Notre Dame or Florida State? I have Notre Dame. I think Florida State's getting way too much respect. Yep, all 7 of my metrics have Notre Dame. 6 of the 7 have under. Yeah, I don't mind BYU, UCF, or Cincinnati. Houston, though, I'd probably rather add somebody else. Houston is a team you add if you expand to 14 or 16, not 12. Man, they really needed that sack. They really needed. Not only did they miss the sack, but he got a first down out of it. Yeah, they're falling apart. Oh, they called a hold. Do I think some of these conferences are going to fold? I don't think any of the existing conferences will fold. I just think it'll be musical chairs. The Big 12 will add some from the American, and then the American will add some from Conference USA and the Sun Belt, and then Conference USA and the Sun Belt will add some from FC, maybe, I don't know. They might merge. Don't forget about the WAC. The WAC is FCS right now, but I could see them all reclassifying to FBS eventually. Yeah, Cincinnati almost went unbeaten last year. They lost to Georgia in the bowl game, Peach Bowl. Yeah, it's just going to be musical chairs. Oh, man, what a catch. How did he catch that? Number 5. He wasn't even prepared for that. All right, 3rd and 10. Let's see if we can get a win. Oh, no. I don't know why that happens. That's the second time that's happened. All right, so 3rd and 10. All right, the win probability is 85.8%. The spread is 6.7. Let's see what happens after this play. Oh, geez, that looked like Johnny Manziel there. And no, they're not going to give him forward progress, are they? All right, so 4th down. Are they going for it? Update API. 4th and 1. Oh, man, they gave him all that forward progress. Oh, they got the penetration. Nope. All right, that was a big 4th down stop. I want to see how that flipped the probabilities. 4th and 1 from the 36 is 85% minus 6.3. I'm going to guess the win percentage drops to 75% and the margin goes to 5. That's my guess. Who's going to win the national championship this year? That's a good question. I feel like it's more open this year. Like last year is pretty, Alabama was the obvious choice. And Clemson. It was always going to be Alabama and Clemson as the front runners. This year it's a little bit more wide open though, just because so many teams are unproven at quarterback. Okay, so now it went to 78% in 4, so that's pretty much on the margin. But teams are so unproven at quarterback that it's like pretty wide open. But it's still Alabama's to lose. They're the default favorite. I'm not sure if I'm sold on the Texas A&M hype. But their schedule is pretty easy, though. Like for an SEC schedule. That's what I hate about the SEC. Their 14-team conference and 8-game schedule. They get to miss so many opponents in conference. Like Texas A&M doesn't have to play Florida or Georgia. Will Alabama ever have a bad season again? I mean, it's college football is too random for you to always like be a playoff team. So they're gonna have seasons like they had in 2019 and 2010 where they don't even make a big New Year's Six bowl game. But as long as they could recruit at the level they recruit, they're always gonna have a high ceiling. I don't know if they're going to lose by 60 points every week in the SEC. I think Texas will be like a. I mean, they're going to be both of Texas and Oklahoma are going to be better than Ole Miss and Arkansas and Mississippi State. They're going to be better than Vanderbilt and South Carolina, Kentucky and Tennessee. They're probably eventually going to be better than A&M, like they were in the Big 12. They're going to be better than, those teams, Missouri. Will they be better than Alabama, LSU, Florida, Georgia? Maybe. They'll probably be top third teams at the minimum. Does my model focus on returning players and QBs for early games more than the late season games? Will I factor in the percentage of passing yards and receiving yards and rushing yards and all that returning? But yeah, it's definitely factored in more for early games. Because that's just what makes up the preseason rating. So it's more along the lines of the fact that I phase out the preseason ratings, which had those metrics factored in. Man, this Boise State guy, wow, that's a costume. Looked like a Boise State pimp. At least they're passing the ball now, but I could see why they stopped passing with Bachmeier, because he sucks. He's not a good thrower. Another 3 and out. Where does Rodgers go after this year? Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. I can't stand that guy. He's such a drama queen. When do I usually phase the preseason rankings out? They're usually mostly gone by week 8 or 9, or after a team's played 8 or 9 games. Ooh, that's targeting. I don't get why number 3 had to do that. I mean, you had a clean hit on him. You didn't need to. 32 parlays? Yeah, probably like minus 1 million and minus 100,000 money line favorite parlays. That's my guess. Come on, number 3. You didn't need to do that. Although I don't know if that's targeting. I feel like he led with his arm. I feel like he led with his arm and not his helmet or shoulder. What do you guys think? Targeting or no? I say no. No, I don't do parlays. Very rarely will I put a couple moneyline favorites I like in a moneyline parlay just because I don't want to bet them separate. But no. The one week I do is usually this week, the opening week of college football. for fun, not for serious. But since I'm not in Las Vegas, I didn't see the point. I don't think that's targeting. I mean, from my football perspective, not from a rules perspective. From a rules perspective, it probably is targeting. But from a football perspective, I think that was a clean hit. Vegas Dave gave out Minnesota +8 second half tonight. We were talking about that because I remember I had it at 9, and I said I wouldn't play 9. That's exactly what happened. 9 would have won. Yeah. I mean, I think that was a good hit. I don't think it was intentional. I don't think that was a malicious hit. Targeting is whatever the ref who watches the video decides it's going to be. They call themselves like sports consultants. There's some clown named Linemaker Sports who calls himself a sports investing consultant. They give themselves fancy names like that. Yeah. But I don't think the average person realizes that touts are scam artists and not what they say. I think the average person believes if they see like a tout advertisement or something like that, they probably believe the tout is legit. I feel like the average person will give them the benefit of the doubt, sadly. Yep, no targeting. Good. That was the right call. That was the right call. Gus Malzahn can complain all he wants, but that was the right call. It was not a malicious hit. Yeah, Justin Grammer's right. Like a lot of them are like former, scam artists. Like the reason a lot of them use these like fake names like Johnny Detroit and all that is because they're, if they're actual real name, if you look them up, you'll find them like in court filings and lawsuits. Remember that guy Scott K who used to post in here during college basketball season? He said he used to be a tout in a boiler room, and he said that, what was the name? Jeff D'Ambrosia, who went by the name Jeff Allen, because if you looked up Jeff D'Ambrosia, you would have seen, all of his criminal history. So a lot of them are the same people who run your typical scams. Ooh, that was a nice open field tackle by number 0. All right, what do we have the win percentage at now? %87.8%, minus 6.7. Big third down here. What's the pre-snap win percentage at? Ooh, you got it. That was a big one. So the pre-snap win percentage was 86.3 minus 6.2. And after that, CTM01, what they do is I've seen this happen before in Las Vegas. They'll buy expensive tickets on both sides of a game. Like they'll go up to the window and place like 5,000 on both sides. And then, the $500 they lose is just the cost of doing business for them. Ooh, what an interception. That's the second dumb throw Gabriel's made tonight. Watch out from behind. But yeah, CTM01. So they'll buy a $5,000 ticket on both sides, and whichever one wins, they'll post to social media, right? And the $500 juice they lose is the cost of doing business. They hope they can make that up from people, paying them for picks. Yeah, that's the second dumb interception he's thrown tonight. Like, UCF would be up by 20 if Gabriel wasn't making dumb throws. Like, he wasn't even open. But that was still a pretty good adjustment and catch by number 22. But yeah, Boise State has to take advantage of this. Let's see what the win percentage changed to after that. It was 88.7 before that. Oh, number 2, cut back. Watch out, don't fumble. Every time someone cuts back, I'm afraid they're going to get hit on the blind side and fumble. But it went from 88.7 to 73.4, and the margin went to 3.1. Is that what Steve Steven does? Probably. That's probably what Vegas Dave... That's what they all do. They buy expensive tickets on both sides of a game. All right, first and goal. Ooh, he's in. All right, we are alive. The -5. Go for 2. No, you don't go for 2 here. My bad. You kick the extra point. But the 5.5 is, if UCF scores another touchdown, that safety is going to be a big deal. Now let's see what the win percentage is at. I need the API to update first. Man, that safety is going to end up being the difference. See, Gabriel's made a lot of good plays tonight, but those 2 interceptions he's made has cost them 14 points. Without those idiot decisions, this is a blowout. Like, turnovers are the reason it's so hard to beat football, whether it be college or NFL, because first of all, the scoring in football is not linear, So, and second of all, turnovers are so hard to model because a lot of it is random. Turnovers, a lot of it is random, but the two turnovers that UCF has tonight are self-inflicted. But as bad as Boise State has looked on offense, they haven't turned the ball over. So, turnovers are what make it so hard to predict football. Yeah, I did hear about the Bishop Sycamore story. That's crazy. There's a lot of grifters out there. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. About 6 or 7 years ago, there were fake colleges going around playing, games against, FCS in Division II and Division III schools. They were fake colleges. But the thing is, if I was going to create a fake college to play collegiate sports, I wouldn't do football. It's too expensive. There's too much of a risk and liability for injuries, and it's too hard to get linemen at that level. You're going to have a lot of people who are willing to play, skill positions, some of the defensive positions, but you're not going to find enough offensive linemen. But if I was going to create a fake college, I would play basketball or something. Something that's less expensive, less of an injury risk. But yeah, I did hear about that. So it's just these grifters who think they can make all this money playing body bag football games. Bishop Sycamore is a fake high school that was able to swindle ESPN into getting a nationally televised game. A body bag team, it's like Duquesne, the team TCU's playing on. It's a team that's a heavy underdog that's likely to get blown out. Right? One of those fake colleges played on ESPN3 back in 2015. They played Valparaiso, and Valparaiso beat them like 86-0. And the thing about Valparaiso is they're like one of the worst FCS teams. Yeah, body bag team is a team that's heavily underdog, a heavy underdog. Like a team that a better team plays for like a scrimmage and tune-up and a warm-up game. Oh, man. All right. Let's see what the new win percentage is at. .7. That doesn't make any sense. I need to wait for there to be a down and distance. That's why I need to fix that. So that's on my to-do list or things to fix on this dashboard is whenever there's not a down and I have the non-25, which means there's no down and distance, but what gets plugged into the model is Alabama versus New Mexico State's going to be a big body bag game because I think New Mexico State's the worst ranked team in my model, and Alabama's number 1. Let's see what I have that score projected as. So, yeah, New Mexico State's the second worst team, my bad. But I have it at 69-1. 69-1. So, yeah, pretty much 70-0. Yeah, they are. They played the Citadel a few years ago, and I remember they were tied at halftime against Citadel, Alabama. It was, I want to say 2018. Mercer. Yeah, I'll wait for all the facts to get out on Deshaun Watson, but it's not looking good. Yep, Steel City Baller remembered. Yeah, I remember that. And then I want to say they actually might have briefly taken the lead at some point in that game, but then Alabama turned it on in the second half. But the thing about playing a team like Citadel or any team that runs a triple option, like when I was at TCU and we know we were playing Air Force every year, we would practice for Air Force in the spring. And we would do one Air Force segment every week leading up to the Air Force game. So we did a lot of preparing just for Air Force because the triple option, you will beat the triple option if you're prepared for it. But if you're not prepared for it, you're going to be embarrassed. Like whenever you watch a triple option team play, you can tell the opponent is prepared or not. Yeah, I remember that Citadel went over South Carolina. Ooh, that might be targeting. Yep. How did he hang on to that? That guy looks like he's out. And then he gets up. Like all the trainers were rushing over, and then did anyone see that? Like the trainers rush over to him, and then like he looked like he was limp, and then all of a sudden he gets up. That was crazy. But yeah, I think that's going to be targeting. Yay, another long targeting review. Awesome. That's what I'm here for. Let's see what our win percentage is at now. 58% for UCF. The margin is even. Yeah, I agree, CTM01. I'd wait for the facts to come out. I'm not going to say it. I mean, based on media reporting, it's not looking good, but the media lies. I know. I used to work in the industry. Man, I hate these targeting reviews. They take too long. %58.3%. Oh yeah, what was his name? The guy at UMBC draining the threes. It was a KJ Mara and Jarius Lyles. Those are the two guys in that game that were sinking threes. And not only was he draining threes, but he was blowing by the UCF defenders and getting easy layups. I like them both, Eagles, but I think I prefer the week-to-week excitement in college football, but I prefer the postseason in college basketball far more. So it just depends. Good luck, Nick D'Amico. I have the total at 68.3. Or 68.7. So you should be good there. 11.5 should be good as well, but we'll see. But yeah, I like college basketball. Don't get me wrong, but there's something about college football, the fact that it's once a week, that makes it seem like it's a little bit more important. Oh, man, I usually never stay up this late. I usually get up early to, because it's so hot and humid here. Yeah, it was the number 1 ranked Virginia. I was going to clean after all the games, but no way, I'm going to bed as soon as this is over. At least the score indicates we're not going to get overtime. Unless UCF scores a touchdown here and goes for 2. And then Boise State ties the game with a touchdown. Then we'll get overtime. I don't think that was a malicious hit. That was just a pure accident. I ended up betting it last year, Nick D'Amico. But yeah, I'm confident. I don't feel like that was a malicious hit. Safety blitz. Is Gabriel going to make any more dumb passes? Seriously, guys, I usually go to bed each night at like 9:30 or 10. UNLV came back. Are they playing that game at Allegiant? I know they're playing Iowa State at Allegiant. But I remember last year there was talks about like the Raiders not wanting to share the stadium with UNLV or something. Yeah, they're playing at Allegiant. There's probably nobody there. Nick D'Amico, I usually do videos about it on Wednesday, but I might have my website updated sooner than that. I think Bama Citadel was minus 41 or something. The highest spread I've seen was Savannah State and Florida State back in 2012. I want to say it was 70.5. And they won 84-0, I think. Or it was Oklahoma State or Florida State, one of the two. Yeah, UCF's definitely going to take the lead here. Unless they turn the ball over again. That should have been a block in the back. Yeah, I do the weekly picks videos on Wednesdays, but the website will probably be updated sooner than that. Right, Ridge O'Bridge? I mean, Sam Boyd was a dump. It really was. It's in the middle of nowhere, off Boulder Highway, and it's not a nice stadium, but I'm surprised that, you know, they play in Allegiant. It's got to be like a cave in there, kind of like how Tulane used to play in the Superdome, and it was really like, oh, that was almost another interception. Yeah, Citadel will run the clock. I think the most I've never seen Alabama as a 50-point favorite. That should have been an interception. Or no, it was too high. But usually Alabama, Nick Saban doesn't really run up the score. So usually they're never favored by more than like 49. They probably will be favored by more than that against New Mexico State, though. Man, this 5.5 is going to lose by half a point, isn't it? I have Boise State plus 5.5. They're going for 2, though. I said they were going to go for 2, so this could be very big. I said they were going to go for 2. But that worries me. They're going to go for 2. Boise State's going to tie the game, and then we have to deal with overtime. Big 2-point conversion here. Yeah, the spreads have been pretty accurate tonight. At least the Ohio State game and this game. They missed pretty big on NC State, though. Two-point conversion coming up. Oh, they false started, didn't they? You still have to go for 2, though. You can't kick an extra point here. That was a big false start. Oh, he's going to get this, isn't he? Nope. All right, that was big. Big stop. I'm surprised they didn't call targeting there. All right. Well, it looks like once I can get this possession arrow to change, then I'll get an accurate win percentage. So what is when it's? I need to look at this API. Once the possession arrow changes, I'll get an updated win percent. Didn't they have Everett Golson at one point? Or I'm guessing he's not on the team anymore. Mackenzie Milton's at Florida State, right? Why are there still commercials? That's the thing. I don't get why there's all these media timeouts after a rain delay. Yeah, I remember Everett Golson was their quarterback for a while, though. The one thing I can't have Boise State do here is turn the ball over. Hanging on by a thread here. I need the possession arrow to change. Tunnel screen, and it worked. All right, tunnel screen worked. I mean, I understand the tunnel screen with how aggressive UCF has been on run blitzes. It makes sense. All right, updated win percentage. 22% for Boise State. The margin is 3.2, and we got a false start. Ooh, he was hit as he threw. Oh, he was grabbing onto him. I don't care if that was uncatchable. Maybe he was doing that because he thought it got deflected at the line. That's probably why he grabbed onto him. Ooh, nice first down. Nice. What was their win? So they're at 19% before that, and after the first down. No, they're at 16.7%. Where are they at now after that first down? It went up to 20, so that increased their win probability by 8%. Oh, that was almost intercepted because of Butterf. See, that's the thing with tunnel screens is that they only work every now and then, but they tried to do it again. UCF isn't going to be doing as many run blitzes, although they did do a run blitz there. Ooh, that was almost an illegal forward pass. Win probability. Down to 17.3. 3rd and 4. A rollout. He's going to run for it, and I think he's going to get there. Oh, why did he throw it? Why did you throw it? You had the first down. Why did you throw it? Jeez. Doesn't make any sense. You had the first down. That's on the run. Unbelievable. These two quarterbacks tonight have made some really questionable decisions. He had the first down. Like, talk about no awareness at all. That was stupid. And the guy wasn't even open to double coverage. Come on, man. I mean, I don't care. As long as UCF doesn't score again, I win my bet. But still, it's like, just... Yeah, too many hits. You're right. Yeah, too many hits. I agree. Did he get a first down there? We're not going to know because ESPN is dropping the ball in this game in terms of their production. No first down line. That interception dropped him to 7.4. Oh, they passed it, and that's game. That's game. All right. That will do it. 5-1 opening night. Not bad. Not bad at all. The Bowling Green game isn't on here for some reason. Oh, wait, Boise still has their timeouts, but it's not going to matter. It's over. All right. I will be back on Saturday. Everyone who's still watching at this point, I appreciate it. Hopefully Saturday. We'll have a lot more action going on Saturday. It'll be a lot more hectic. Yep, yeah, I appreciate everyone for watching. I'm surprised I still have 18 people watching. I do. Wow, I peaked at 40. I never looked at how many people are viewing, but I peaked at 40. Wow, that's a lot. I mean, for me. All right, guys. I'll be back Saturday, probably at 11 o'clock Central Time. All right? Thanks, everybody, for watching.